Mr. Olansky,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz, Mrs. Seward,
Here.
and Mr. Cohen.
Here. Good evening, everyone. Just drawing your attention to our agenda for the first few items, Sunshine Law. Please be advised the meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, and that it's pursuant to adequate notice that was filed about the date, time, and the agenda has been sent to the Asbury Park Press and to the Star Ledger. This is a statement on videotaping of the public portion of this meeting. We will be videotaping, so everyone should be aware that there is that will be happening. And for public comments, we will have 2 rounds of public comments, one in the beginning of the meeting and then one later on. And then since we are on school property, please pay attention to the fact that there is no smoking or vaping on school grounds. That includes both inside the building as well as outside at any time. Can we all please rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we get started, I would just like to ask for everyone to take a moment of silence. I'm going to read a statement, and then we can do the moment. This evening, we're remembering Anthony Hanna, who is a former Marlboro Township public school student who passed away suddenly on Friday. He attended Marlboro Middle School. Most recently, he graduated from Freehold Regional High School District in June, and then began to attend the Rutgers University as a freshman beginning this past fall. Anthony has 2 siblings who are both students here in Marlboro at Asher Homes, and that's where they currently attend. So please join me in a moment of silence as we remember him, the life that was lost too soon, and continue to keep Anthony's family in our thoughts during this difficult time. Thank you, everybody. Moving on with our agenda, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ballone, who's got several items to start with. Mr. Ballone?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Every month, you may or may not know, we recognize our staff members. We call them kindness certificates because one of our themes this year is being kind, which is one of our pillars, which you can see over on the wall. So the way it works is staff members are recognized by really just about anyone. It could be community members, fellow employees, and generally the recognition comes through email, and they make their way to me, and then we get them on the agenda and recognized for this evening and every other board meeting. This evening, we have several, so bear with me, but that's a good thing because that means we have a lot of kind people in our school district. Mr. Hyatt or Mr. Cohen, can you help me with the certificates because we have several and we might have to sift through them as we call people up. So what I'll do, I'll go down the list here and I'll read excerpts from either the email that we received or the correspondence that we received recognizing these individuals. The first 4 come from Asher Homes Elementary School. Joanne Silmy, Lauren Kolanovic, Carol Kaleo, and Dana McCall. So let me just read an excerpt of a few emails that we have here. I want to say thank you for always putting the extra thought into student placement and just being so amazing all around. This is the start of our 4th year coming into Asher, and my girls couldn't get into the building fast enough and came out with glowing smiles. This told me we found the right place to move, and your patience and your care with my daughter's separation anxiety just showed me again and again. I cannot thank you enough or tell you how grateful I am for all you and everyone there have done for both my girls. That was for Joanne, Lauren, and Carol, and we'll call them up in a minute. And Dana McCall. I'm writing this letter to express my deepest gratitude and utmost appreciation for Mrs. McCall, who has played an extraordinary and transformative role in my son's educational journey at Asher Homes Elementary School. Her dedication, patience, and compassion have made an immeasurable difference, not only in our son's academic progress, but also his growth as a whole child. She has helped nurture his confidence, encouraged his individuality, and provided the kind of safe and supportive environment every parent hopes their child will find in a classroom. So please join me in giving a big round of applause for these 4 individuals. Come on up. Thank you, Asher. Moving right along, we are headed to Dugan. We actually had a fire at Dugan Elementary School, I think it was last month, and we had several individuals from Chartwells, which is our food service provider, and Buildings and Grounds. They jumped in immediately and put that fire out. From Chartwells, we have some of these members are not here. Connie Aldana, Kimberly Marcello, Josephine Crane, Carolyn Marone. And from Buildings and Grounds, we have Anthony Antonucci, who I believe is not here, but Mark Carey, I did see you. And you love the attention, so we'll bring you up here. I want to recognize and commend Mark Carey for his quick response to the equipment fire earlier today. This was an email that came in that day. His calm judgment and knowledge in extinguishing the fire prevented a much more serious incident. Beyond putting out the fire, Mark played a key role in assisting with cleanup and supporting the fire department once they arrived. His willingness to step in and ensure everything was handled safely reflects his strong dedication to the building. Mark, thank you for responding so quickly and helping to keep everyone safe. And I can attest to that, Mark. I watched the video multiple times, and Mark walked into an active flame and smoke without even thinking about it and just extinguished that fire. So thank you, Mark. Come on up and grab your certificate. Wait, yes, you can shake my hand. We have some other members that I want to call up just from B&G. So Morgan, hold your picture for a minute. Additional members of Buildings and Grounds who were a part of this. Danny Doyle, come on up. Joseph Richardson. John Rubino, who I believe is not here. Michael Franco Bandiero. Rob Coleman. And the cafeteria aides who evacuated the children, I'm not sure if they're here, Angela Scotti and Phyllis Malazzi. They're not here. Okay, this one comes from our district technology department. Louis Nazario, was unable to attend, but I will read this little piece about him. Louis continues to be absolutely fantastic. He truly understands the complexity and or urgency of the needs in order to help our students and staff. He is extremely knowledgeable and approachable and always comes up with a solution in a timely manner. He's very supportive with the growing tech needs in the Special Services Department. It has been a pleasure working with Louis and the rest of his tech crew across the district, and this came in from 2 staff members, and I saw his response, and he just said, I just thought I was doing my job. So we can give Louis a big hand, but he is not here. Thank you, Louis. We have one member who is currently keeping our school district safe, standing by the door, but he also needs to be recognized. His name is Tom Rose. Tom, come on up and grab your certificate. Tom has been instrumental over, well, really the time that he's been here, but most importantly over the last couple of months. We've had several issues that have come up, and Tom just tirelessly protects our school district. He always answers my phone calls, always. So thank you for doing that, Tom, and congratulations. We have another individual from the technology department. His name is Jamie O'Leary. I don't think Jamie is here either. I don't see him, but I will read something about Jamie. Jamie demonstrated exceptional dedication and expertise, meticulously diagnosing the problem with the digital sign-in at DeFino Elementary School and implementing an effective solution. His perseverance and proactive approach ensured that this challenge was overcome and the sign is now operating more efficiently than ever before. On behalf of our entire school community, we extend our deepest gratitude to Jamie for his exemplary service, and that came from Dr. Stradek, the principal at DeFino Elementary. So congratulations, Jamie. And finally, we should have 3 left. Do we have 3? That's great. Okay. We'd like to recognize 3 individuals from both Robertsville Elementary and Asher Elementary. Mrs. Farabono, Samantha Talmadge, and Lauren Wright. Mrs. Bono, Miss Wright, and Mrs. Wright and Mrs. Talmadge worked tirelessly to prepare music and student presentations to make our joint Star-Spangled Banner Day an unequivocal success. Mrs. Bono taught students the particulars of Francis Scott Key's writing of our Star-Spangled Banner. Mrs. Talmadge and Mrs. Wright infused history and music while teaching lessons that led up to our celebration to ensure students understood the historical impact of our Star-Spangled Banner. All 3 teachers brought history to life during this event. I can attest to that. I was there. It was a great event, so thank you for putting that on. On a daily basis, these teachers infuse kindness, real-life connections, and in this case, learning beyond the classroom. We are so proud to have them as teachers in our district. Mrs. Silmy, Mr. Giarratano, thank you for recognizing them this evening. And that's a nice segue into the next segment of our agenda, which is student recognition for Asher and Robertsville. So Mr. G and Mrs. Silmy, would you like to come up and just say a few words?
Check, check. All right, we're good. Thank you for having Robertsville and Asher to share our Star-Spangled Banner Day with the community and the board, and how fitting it is that we get to share something so patriotic on Veterans Day. Both Robertsville and Asher have been celebrating our Star-Spangled Banner and Great American Flag long before I became the principal. and maybe before you became the principal. This event was even more special as we prepared to celebrate America's 250th birthday on July 4th, 2026. This year, Mrs. Wright, Mrs. Talmadge prepared students to sing our national anthem. Mrs. Bono spearheaded our student volunteers, who graciously presented information about how our Star-Spangled Banner was created. After our presentation, I am proud to honor our students with kindness certificates for dedicating their time and energy to really enhance our event. I'm also so appreciative of Mrs. Stafflinger, who's here, who helped students prepare for tonight's meeting. So I think there's a kindness certificate in your future as well. And without further ado, we'd like to show you a short video from our joint celebration and then have our students share some important information that they researched.
And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I would like to call up Liana Alba, Jacqueline McGrath, Taylor Yang, Yash Gantidi, Gavin Sheehan, Emma Thomas, Liradon Markey, and Michaela Higley Mason, who are going to give you some information about our Star-Spangled Banner and our United States. Come on up.
Good evening and welcome as we reflect on our celebration of freedom, a tribute to our Constitution as we prepare to celebrate its 250th birthday and our national anthem.
We gather together to celebrate with the respect, kindness, and responsibility our forefathers showed. Today we express our gratitude for the Constitution of the United States of America and the freedoms it secures for us.
During the War of 1812, a great garrison flag was hoisted at Fort McHenry as a symbol of strength, unity, and power. This flag showed the British that the Confederate Union was united, strong, and powerful.
This garrison flag was the largest flag flown in combat. This impressive flag measured 32 feet high by 42 feet wide. That's almost half the size of a football field. The students and staff of Robertsville Elementary and Asher Holmes Elementary Schools joined together and became a living replica of the great garrison flag of Fort McHenry.
This flag consisted of 15 stars and 15 stripes, one for each state that joined the Union. Each star and each stripe measured 2 feet wide. Imagine that.
Just as our founding fathers united to secure our freedom, we, the students of Marlboro, unite to honor and thank them. Our Constitution secures for us a life of liberty with the pursuit of happiness.
Together, we proudly united to sing our national anthem as one Marlboro community. Every member of our school community became a member of our living replica of the great garrison flag of 1812.
Thank you so much for letting our students present. And now I'd like to present you with some kindness certificates. Mrs. Georges, can you help me out? Michaela Higley Mason, come on up. Liana Alba. Jacqueline McGrath. Taylor Yang. Yash Gantidi. Gavin Sheehan. Emma Thomas. and Liridon Markey. I want to thank each and every one of you and your families for coming out and doing this for us and showcasing all the great things that we do at Robertsville. So thank you. And thank you.
Got work to do here.
Congratulations, congratulations, and thank you for doing such a wonderful job in presenting tonight. Mr. Ballone?
Okay, moving right along, we have, for student impact, we do have a short video for you. MTPS recently explored the concept of respect and how it's demonstrated within the school environment. Students learn that respect involves both words and actions, such as listening attentively, maintaining eye contact, not interrupting, and following directions. Respect also includes making safe and responsible choices, using kind language, giving compliments, and avoiding hurtful speech. Let's take a look.
Go right ahead.
Okay. The artwork that you saw on display as you walked in, hopefully you did see that. This year in art will be a journey filled with creativity, color, and discovery. Students at Marlboro Elementary will explore a variety of materials and techniques from painting and printmaking to sculpture and collage while learning about artists and cultures from around the world. Each project encourages imagination, problem solving, and self-expression, allowing every child to find their own artistic voice. Most importantly, we will celebrate the joy of making art together, building confidence and curiosity that will carry into future learning. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to all who have been recognized and honored tonight. Before we move on with our agenda, I'd like to do a motion to take a 10-minute recess to give our families a chance to sort of either take some more pictures or meet the board. But we just want to give you a chance to sort of celebrate. So, motion to take a 10-minute recess. Ms. Gandhi, a second. Ms. Mendez, all in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, 10-minute recess. Mr. Caravello, can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Carrero,
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Here.
Mr. Hyatt,
Here.
Mr. Lansky,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Mrs. Seward, and Mr. Cohen.
Here. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can we get the lights up?
But there will be-
Sure. Can we get the lights turned up, please? Thank you. I just want to, before we begin with announcements, I just want to make two statements, if you don't mind. First is, I'd like to recognize today, because it's Veterans Day. So before we begin tonight's meeting, I'd like to take a moment to honor the courage, the dedication, and the sacrifice of our nation's veterans. Each year, our district and schools do an exceptional job helping students understand the meaning of Veterans Day. Through assemblies, classroom activities, moments of reflection that allow them to personally express their gratitude to those who have served. Matter of fact, many of them in their families. These experiences not only educate our students, but also deepen our community's appreciation to the men and women who have defended our freedoms. I'd like to ask my fellow board members to join me in recognizing and thanking all veterans, including those within our own Marlboro community for their service and commitment to our country. I'd also like to extend our thanks to our district leaders, our principals, our teachers, and our staff for the meaningful and thoughtful ways they have ensured that this day is made special for our students each year. Thank you for your service, and may God bless our veterans and active military across the globe. And then I just want to address something that the board was informed of today. The Marlboro Township Police Department released a statement about the ongoing investigation into matters that have impacted our community and our board recently. And I just want to express my sincere appreciation to our Marlboro Township Police Department for their professionalism and the diligence through the investigation. I'm going to say something, this is my personal statement, by the way. This is not being said on behalf of the board, but out of respect for the integrity of the process, I chose to remain silent while it was ongoing. And now that the investigation is concluded and no changes and no charges will be filed, I'm hopeful that as a board, we can refocus our energy on the work that we were elected to do, supporting the educational mission and the priorities of our district and this community. If any of the board members would like to make any other statement, by all means, you're welcome to do so, either now or at some point later in the meeting, but I felt that I wanted to make that statement. I'll see if there's anyone who wants to say anything. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ballone with his announcements. Okay, Mr. Ballone, up to you.
Thank you. First up, the Asher PTO is here. Mrs. O'Brien, would you like to give us an update on what you've been up to? Thank you.
Can I just say, before you begin, I just want to recognize you and thank you for being here, because this is part of sort of a new format that we're welcoming our PTOs to come and actually present before the board, rather than sort of how we used to handle it, which was through a readout of some update that they shared. So thank you and welcome. You were the first one. We're excited that you're here.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Hello, my name is Lana Oren, and I'm the president of Asher Holmes Elementary School PTA. Asher is rocking and rolling as always. We wrapped up October with our much-loved Monster Mash, a fantastic outdoor event. It was wonderful to see so many current and future Asher students enjoying the evening with their friends and family. We also kicked off our turkey trot at Asher and proudly launched our food drive alongside it. So far, our third graders are in the lead. We're collecting canned foods and non-perishable food items through November 20th, with donations being delivered November 21st to help families in need. This week, our students are shining during Theater Week, giving it their all, preparations for Friday's big show. Our Thanksgiving pie fundraisers also in full swings. All proceeds go supporting our 5th grade class of 2026. In addition, we're hosting a special staff pie party to show how much we appreciate our incredible teachers and staff. Today, in honor of Veterans Day, the PTA worked with our amazing administration and staff to create heartfelt school-wide display. We invited all families to share photos of their loved ones who served, and students created handmade cards that will be mailed to local veterans, along with a special gift from the PTA. Looking ahead, we have our holiday boutique coming up in December, followed by some fun assemblies in January. Our school store runs each month during lunches, which students absolutely love. We're also excited for 2 more book fairs this school year. The final one is always our favorite amongst the kids. In the spring, our talented art teacher, Mr. Silva, and the PTA will collaborate once again for our art show, where students' artwork is beautifully framed and displayed for families to enjoy. We'll also be hosting our always popular parent bingo night, a fun, wonderful evening that brings the Asher parents together for some laughs, great prizes, and community connection. And of course, we can't forget all the exciting 5th grade activities, including dance, picnic, barbecue, and game show, which makes for unforgettable memories before our students move on to middle school. We'll continue Teacher Appreciation Week later this year, a full week dedicated to spoiling our staff and showing the gratitude for everything they do for our children. Then we'll finish the year strong with Color Run and a grand school carnival, a perfect way to celebrate another amazing year at Asher Homes. A special thank you to Ms. Somi and Ms. Kalanovic for always supporting us and going along with some of our crazy ideas. We try to be safe. We truly appreciate your partnership and enthusiasm. These are just a few highlights of what's happening here at Asher, and there's so much more to come. Thank you for letting me share a little bit of joy, energy, and community spirit that makes Asher such a special place. I did it! Thank you.
Mrs. Oren, thank you so much for the work that you're doing at Asher and the PTO and all the parents there. It sounds like you have a spectacular year ahead of you, and especially I know you're not only with what you're doing for our children, but what you're doing for the community with the food drive and how important that is right now. And I know you're not alone. I know many of the schools are doing that, but it is an amazing thing, and thank you so much. And if there are families that want to contribute, if they are near Asher, how can they do that?
They could definitely reach out to me or even to Asher. They'll direct them to me, and we'll be happy to pick up and arrange all of that. So if they have it, we'll take it.
And that's until the 21st?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to?
My mic is so loud. I'm sorry. I just want to also thank your family for being here. I don't know if you guys realize how lucky you are to have a mom that's so involved. I love that you were recording her. So thank you for supporting her and probably sharing her with hundreds of kids. Thanks so much.
Mr. Malone, announcements?
I do have a few announcements. The first one relates to your comments on Veterans Day, Mr. Cohen. Today, I had the opportunity to attend 2 Veterans Day ceremonies/assemblies. I know, as you mentioned, throughout our school district, our schools do their own unique activities regarding Veterans Day. I was able to attend Marlboro Middle School this morning, and then immediately thereafter, I attended the Townships event, which was different but equally as great. Just to reiterate your appreciation for our veterans, and you know, sometimes when we look at the school calendar, you know, there are school districts closed during Veterans Day, being that it's a federal holiday. We're always challenged with that, right? We know students have to go for 180 days. We try to listen to our community and cater to the needs of our entire community. So we do have days off that other school districts don't have off. Being that we typically are in during Veterans Day, we make sure that we make it meaningful for our students. So they do have the opportunity to learn about it. more often than not, they're probably better off learning about Veterans Day while they're in school than, having the day off and maybe not learning about it, unless their family is full of veterans and they celebrate that. Either way, it is, families have the opportunity to keep their children home if they feel that that's very important to do that on Veterans Day, and that's an excused absence. So we do recognize that as well. So we really try to cater to kind of everyone, but being that we typically are in school, we make it very meaningful for our students. So, and today was no different.
Mr. Malone, I recall last year this conversation was had about Veterans Day, and I remember Dr. Miskowitz commenting about how wonderful the celebrations were around the school and how she actually enjoyed celebrating and going to them. I know she sent me a message earlier today that she wasn't going to be able to make this meeting this evening because of a family emergency, which also prevented her from attending the celebrations. And she said one of the saddest parts of her day today was the fact that she could not go to see the veteran celebration at her grandson's school, which I believe is Morrow. So it has definitely had an impact on many. So thank you for that.
Can I just add one more thing to that, since you were talking about Sue Miskowitz? I just want to say that her husband, Raymond Miskowitz, is actually a veteran. So I want to thank him for his service, and I want to thank her for standing by him when he served our country. So,
Thank you for doing that. Go ahead.
Thank you. The next announcement is regarding a referendum. For the past 16 years, Marlboro voters have not supported previous referendum efforts. I am proud to share that this year marks a turning point. This outcome reflects the greater community's renewed confidence in both MTPS administration and school district and this Board of Education. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the board for its dedication and support throughout this entire process. I think there were, someone asked me today, what do you think made this pass? I don't think there was one thing that made this pass. I think there were a lot of little things that coupled together got this passed. As I mentioned, there are many moving parts, yet through collaboration and clear communication of the facts, we were able to effectively convey our message to the community, which was evident in the results. The results were, I'll give you round numbers, 8,000 yes votes and 4,000 no votes. So the yes votes doubled the no votes. With this important milestone achieved, we will now move forward with the next steps toward completing our goal of providing air conditioning in all of our schools, Robertsville and Asher being the last of the two, for both staff and students. Vinny and I, Mr. Caravello and I will outline our next steps to be taken and ask for your assistance when needed here from the board. Congratulations to all of us. Thank you.
The real winners tonight, or on November 4th, was Asher and Robertsville. So congratulations to them. Can't wait till you guys sort of just turn up the cold air.
And then my only other announcement, and I think Mr. Caravello has something as well here on the agenda. Thursday evening is our Community Unity event. It'll be our second annual. Our first one last year was very successful. Had almost, I think, about 400 people in attendance. I'm expecting similar, maybe even more, because we've expanded. Now we will have participation from our youngest learners in kindergarten, our elementary music students, and also our middle school music students. So I'm anticipating a larger audience than we had last year. It is so it's Thursday on the 13th, which happens to be World Kindness Day, from 5 to 7. The nice part about that is 5 o'clock is early enough where our kindergartners can attend. And the 7 o'clock hour, it's not too long, right? So it's really only 2 hours. There will be food trucks there. We also have the Monmouth, New Jersey 250 truck coming to celebrate the 250th birth of our nation. So we're coupling this evening with the theme of both kindness and also recognizing America 250. So that'll be a nice addition to the program. So you don't have to worry about dinner plans. Eat from the food trucks. Come listen to good music. And it'll be a really nice evening, and you can still get in bed early. So please plan on attending, and that's all I have. Mr. Caravello?
Yes, so just to piggyback off of the referendum, so now the process going forward, as you'll see tonight, there's a resolution on the agenda to proceed with the sale or the purchasing of the notes needed for the project. So we do have a financing timeline I just wanted to share with everybody. So really, this really turns to the financial advisor, Mrs. Ann Campora, and Tony Salamini, who's our bond counsel. Will be working very closely with them on this piece, which is really predicated to the resolution. So November 7th is, we have to do a ratings request. So again, we have to get rated if we're going to take debt out. Tonight is the adoption of that resolution. Then after that, some of the key highlights is November 24th, we'll have to do a presentation and a conference call with the rating agency. Mr. Balone and myself will be on that to make sure that we get the rating that we need for the funding that we need. December 3rd, we should receive that rating from the rating company. December 11th, the sale of the notes will be complete via competitive sale. And then December 22nd is the pre-closing for the financing we need, and December 23rd is the closing. Now, this is the portion that we basically explained that we have to take out a bridge loan in order to pay it when we build the budget with the capital reserve money. This is not inclusive of the debt service we would receive on top of that. So that's just a timeline and an explanation of why we have that resolution on. The next thing is, so annually we just present our budget calendar. So this year is a little bit different than next year, than last year. So for November, again, we do our enrollment projections. December, I will give the first presentation on the budget for the 26-27 school year, just basically highlighting what we did with the previous budget, what we're anticipating, what we're looking at. And then in that time period in December, we'll start meeting with our departments. We'll meet with the principals and the buildings. We'll start meeting with Mr. Balone and discussing basically staffing for next year as well. And then January continues, February continues. Normally we would get our state aid notification about the second week of February, but because we have a new governor, they're usually granted a two-week extension on the budget address. So we're anticipating state aid will be later this year, which will then push the preliminary budget back probably about 2 to 3 weeks. And then that'll push everything else back as well. But then May is still the set to have the public hearing and the adoption of the budget as it normally is. Just don't know when in May. That's it for me.
I just have a question on the timeline you gave, not the budget, the referendum piece. Will that work? Is that work that you were mapping out? I know there's other key players, but is it the role specifically of the business administrator to drive all of that? Or are there other people that will play a key role? I ask as we work with filling the role.
Well, it'll be the role of the superintendent and the business administrator, because we'll be on those calls and doing that stuff together. And then everybody will have a hand in it, depending on what is exactly needed. I know my office is very capable of handling it as well, my assistant BA, and Michael and I have been doing all of this stuff together, so we're both well aware of what needs to get done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Malone?
Yep, I have a few other announcements. One is from our Ed Camp. Ed Camp is our staff professional day on Monday, October 13th. We just would like to thank the following establishments for their generous contributions for that day, mainly keeping our staff fed. Burger Brothers, Red Tomato Playa Bowls, D. Santillo's, and Dunkin' Donuts on Ryan Road and Route 520. Thank you for your generosity during that day. We have soccer champions at 2 of our middle schools. Here at this school, Memorial Middle School, the 8th grade boys soccer team won the Monmouth County Interscholastic Soccer League Championship with a thrilling victory over Manalapan. Congratulations to Coach Nasitas and the boys for that accomplishment. And then across town, over at Marlboro Middle School, the 6th and 7th grade boys soccer team won the Monmouth County Interscholastic Soccer League Championship with a thrilling victory over Tinton Falls. Congratulations to Coach Corsi and the boys for that. And this, I promise, is my last announcement. New Jersey School Board Steam Tank Challenge finalists. So we're proud to announce that Team Turtle, if you remember Team Turtle, they were here presenting a few months back. They took third place out of 500 entries in the elementary division of the Steam Tank Challenge at the NJSBA workshop in October last month. We were there, Mr. Cohen and I were there, and we saw them present. This is a program that gives students the chance to invent, modify, or use problem-solving skills to solve real-world problems. Team Turtle devised a way to save the endangered Kemp's Ridley sea turtle. Very innovative. I think we should bring them back at some point to recognize them. I believe they got a check for $1,000, and they have a nice plaque. So we'll bring them back in recognition to give them kind of their victory lap as they returned off of the Steam Tank Challenge. So congratulations to Team Turtle.
Congratulations to them, too. It was really exciting to actually see them compete as one of several teams there that day, and how confident they were when they got up on that stage in front of all those people. It was great, and I was honored to be there and watch this. So congratulations to them, and I'd love to have them back again. Okay. No other announcements. We are going to move on with our agenda. Mr. Caravello, school bus driver and building maintenance personnel abstracts.
Sure. All abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Thank you. And we are up to our public comments part of our agenda. Do we have a list?
I do not have any list of people signed up.
If anyone would like to, Ms. Jankowski.
Hi, Carrie Jankowski, Morganville. Just to go off of the community unity, that's Thursday. That's also the night of Freehold Regional's parent-teacher conferences for the whole district, because I checked the district calendar. So just that's not the first thing that I've had to miss because there was a conflict in the school calendar. So just like maybe in the future, because all of our kids eventually filter into the regional system. So when there's big things that happen in Marlboro and there's district-wide things that happen in Freehold, if we can just maybe check the calendar so there's no conflict. I understand like if something happens at one of the high schools and only one of the elementary schools, that can't really be avoided. But if it's like a district-wide thing and you can check if they're having a district-wide thing, that would be appreciated because I would have loved to go to the community unity event, but I'll be checking up on my son. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. That's a good point. Anyone else would like to come up for public comments? Okay, thank you. Motion to close public comments. Ms. Gandhi, second. Mr. Luhansky, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, we will be closing public comments. Moving along to communications, Mr. Ballone.
I do have one communication that I received from a fourth grade student in our school district. It was mailed to me the old-fashioned way with a stamp and handwritten by the child himself. So I'll read it. I'll leave his name out, so I'll redact that information. I am in fourth grade, and I go to Marlboro Elementary School. I request that the district should allow biking to school and back. And some kids live close enough to bike to school, and it's also healthy. To make this possible, you can add safe routes and install a bike rack. I would be happy to help gather input from students and families to make this plan work. And then he reiterates that this should be in Marlboro Elementary School. So I am going to find this student within the next few days and have a conversation with him. I thought it was pretty noble for a fourth grader to send a letter into the district office requesting this. So I felt the need to read it here tonight. Maybe even, we can have a conversation about it. I know many of our schools, Marlboro Elementary School is unique in that it is a true community school that has sidewalks attached to a lot of the homes that lead up to it. That's really the only school I can think of in the district that looks like that. But that doesn't mean Marlboro Elementary can't look different than the other schools. If it is safe, obviously we'd have to work things out through the township. Mr. Cohen and I were talking maybe even, some bike lanes or crossing guards, things of that nature. But I at least wanted to give this student, the opportunity to know that he was heard, and I will be reaching out to him to have a conversation about what that might look like and commend him for bringing forth this idea.
That's great. Hey, I can imagine, having a fourth grader leading the charge to sort of get bike lanes in Marlboro. There would be a lot of, older residents who probably would appreciate that too. Thank you, Mr. Malone. Moving on to Superintendent's Report, HIB.
So the harassment, intimidation, bullying report from the period October 10th, 2025 through October 31st, 2025, there were 4 incidents reported.
I'll make note of that. Thank you. I'll make note of that our next meeting is on Tuesday, December 16th. That'll be our final meeting of this calendar year. And I will also move right now for the approval of the minutes from the September 16th meeting, both regular and executive. Can I have a second? Ms. Mendez. Mr. Caravello, any discussion on the minutes? Mr. Caravello, roll call.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Thank you. Secretary Business Report, Mr. Caravello.
Yep, so this is the submission of the Board Secretary's monthly certification for September 2025, along with the payroll certification for September of 2025 and October of 2025.
Thank you. Committee reports. We have 3 committee reports this evening: advisory, curriculum, and policy. I can begin with advisory, and I'll ask if Ms. Mendez would like to add anything in addition to that as the co-chair. But the advisory committee, since the last time we met, had finalized the form that we used for the opportunity to help have community members nominate themselves for membership on the advisory committee. We received, I believe, over 25 individuals who actually reached out to us and filled out the form, which was amazing for a first-time opportunity. And the vast majority of them actually expressed interest in being part of the advisory committee for the referendum, which we were thrilled about. And then our process for that is to do an initial review. We then sort of turn them over to in this particular case, Mr. Ballone, because it was a request that came from the advisory committee for Mr. Ballone and Mr. Caravello to reach out to them, and then they followed up with those advisors and had a subsequent meeting with them to walk them through the referendum process and to solicit their help. So I would like to personally thank all of them. But while many of them could not actually attend the meeting in person, it's my understanding through conversations with Mr. Ballone and Mr. Caravello that many of them followed up either through phone calls or through emails and participated. So I personally would like to thank them, and maybe if we have an opportunity, Mr. Ballone, to do certificates to recognize their support of the referendum for this community in some point in the future. But I was very proud of the response of our community to support the board and to support this effort. So thank you to them, and I look forward to sort of thanking them again in person. Ms. Mendez, if you'd like to add anything? Okay, thank you.
Can I have just either Mr. Ballone or Mr. Caravello, can you explain to us a little more in detail what the advisory committee meeting looked like with the selected group of people?
Yeah. Want me to start? So we reached out to every single person. Not everyone came. right? But those who could come in person attended. They came over to the board office, and Mr. Caravello and I led a meeting along with our bond counsel, the communications company from LBC, and the financial firm. So they had basically a panel of people up there from the district and the professionals to really inform the community members on the facts of the referendum. They were able to ask questions. Some of them came in slightly confused, and they all left knowing full well what they needed to do in order to communicate this out to the community. We also gave them promotional items like the chip clips that we purchased, the ice packs. Laura Bishop Communications graciously, actually, all of the printed material they donated to us, which we accepted on last meeting's agenda. So they handed out those. They had palm cards and door hangers. We also, in district, we created what are called clings. So if you see where it says Marlboro Memorial on the back there, that logo, that's a cling. You can print that out on a specific machine. And the advisors took those clings to local businesses. So if you were out and about in town and you saw them hanging on windows or on the wall, I know Dunkin' Donuts, in that over by Food Emporium, they hung them there. I think they also went down over by Route 9. So you probably saw them around town. I know I did when I was out. I know Mr. Cohen saw them as well. Some of them said they were going to canvass neighborhoods with the door hangers, right? So and talk to people.
This sounds a little more like an assembly of a street team. What was the advisory committee like? Did they offer any type of input? Like, was this just more?
So the advisory committee, by nature of the advisory committee, when we first formed it, they were the ones who kind of brought these people to the table. So they responded via a Google form, and then once we had the people, then the advisory committee says, "Look, we found your people. Now you go, go do what you need to do with them." So at that point, we took the names from the advisory committee, and then ran with it and informed them about the referendum.
But they did also offer ideas on where they should be going, or where we can get the message out. They recommended, there was somebody I remember who was actually responsible for, they were the parent coordinator for the kindergarten soccer group. And they actually said we should be communicating with those parents. They offered ideas and suggestions on how to sort of get the word out there.
Yeah, it's just, I read the Google form that they were required to fill out. I just didn't know if it was clear that they were going to be campaigning for it. I just wanted to make sure that the community members know.
They did. So the Google form actually had a section on there to say, are you interested in, being someone who can help the district in, let's say, a variety of things? Or there was also a section that said, are you very specific to the referendum? And there was a yes, no for that. So there was a column for that as well, and they knew. And that was also part of the meeting. When they came, as Mr. Cohen said, we held an in-person meeting, and then we also held a few virtual meetings. And we also held, now that I remember, we held a few individual meetings, which took place in my office.
Okay.
We really met people where they were. Again, as Mr. Cohen said, there were about 20 some odd people who signed up. We didn't have 20 advisors. I forget what the number was. Maybe the ultimate number was somewhere around 10, something like that. So it was we got maybe a little less than half.
Yeah, I just don't want to be misleading with the word advisors, and then we're handing them chip clips. Like, it seems as though this was more like a field work than like, what is your advice or what is your opinion? Like, when we formed the advisory committee, I was under the assumption that it would be input from community members in specific areas of expertise. But it sounds like giving out door hangers and palm cards and decals, like these were things that
was the support that we gave them.
I don't want to discourage people from
I think your
holding
point
interest.
I think your point's very, very valid. And I think we asked for advisors because we actually want that input for people who are smarter than us or have good ideas. But I think in this particular case, and I don't remember the exact language on this particular form, I think we asked them if they would like to help with promoting the referendum. So I think that there was this very specific question saying, would you also like to help with the referendum. And I think those people individually checked it off and said they would like to help. So that's the people that we've reached out to.
Okay.
And they were very gracious and they were very willing, and I personally am very thankful for them being able to do that.
All right, if you see it as a success, then I guess it was.
And the people that, to confirm the wording, it said something like, do you want to support the referendum? And then it was a yes or no drop down. And then I took the report, I know part of our meeting, filtered it to the yeses, sent it to Mr. Caravello and Mr. Ballone, and then the board part was over. I just want to make that clear of like the board's involvement versus not. And so then the board kind of exited that piece and then left it to the district to meet with the group, because I understand your questions are like, how did they know? So just so everybody knows, they said, yes, I want to support the referendum. However that looked like when it got to Mr. Caravello and Mr. Ballone, we left that to them. We weren't part of that meeting.
Thank you. Any other questions on the advisory? Okay. Dr. Miskowitz is not here. Mr. Ballone, do you have a curriculum?
I do, actually.
You do? Oh,
Yep.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thanks to Morgan as well. This was a last-minute collaborative, report. We met on Monday, the curriculum committee. It was myself, Dr. Miskowitz, Mr. Ballone, and Ms. Gross, where Ms. Gross presented us with the presentation on the NJSLA results, which you'll all see tonight. Very thorough, very easy to read. Really proud of the work that our district puts into collecting this data and, making sure that we're growing in the areas we need to grow and we're doing what we can in areas that we haven't seen a ton of growth. So thank you for the work that goes into all of that. We also discussed the alert of policy 2422. What does this say? Is that a 2 or a 7? 22? Yep, which is the statutory curriculum requirements. We also discussed the guidance that was released regarding parental opt-outs based on religious exemptions, which came down from the Department of Education on November 5th. Just a little sidebar. I think the whole board should have received this, but I'm not sure if we did because I stumbled upon it in my board Googling. But it's basically guidance regarding parental opt-outs and what the district is going to implement regarding this NJSA guidance. I know it sounds redundant, but that's pretty much it.
I don't know why it's coming in and out, right? I'll bring it closer. Maybe that'll help. All right. Policy committee. You're doing it? Okay, thank you.
So the policy committee has continued to meet. Our last alert, which was alert 235, the last policy we were waiting on the curriculum committee was 2422. So what you'll see on this agenda are the 5 policies that are up for second readings, which we really dove deeply into. 1570, which is internal controls, 1620, administrative employment contracts, 5339.01, student sun protection, policy 6111, special education Medicaid initiative program, otherwise known as SEMI, and policy 6220, budget preparation. So those are all on for second readings. 2422 will come on for first readings once we actually, now that it's been vetted through the curriculum committee, we'll get it to policy and cycle through. So that's the policy update.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ballone? All right, moving on. Mr. Ballone, we have mandatory hearing on district violence and vandalism report, and I assume that you're taking that together with the next one, which is the report on the NJDOE self-assessment?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is a required report every 6 months. You have a packet. I won't go through everything for you in there right here, but you have a packet that was sent to you on Friday. One thing that you should note, I mentioned that this happens twice a year. So right now, this is the self-assessment portion where each school self-assesses how they're addressing HIB within the school. There's a rubric. The highest score is a 78. Don't ask me why. We're used to highest score being 100. So when you see a 78 or somewhere around there, 76, 77, just know we're doing really well across the board. Things that, you might say, well, why are not all schools a 78? That has to do with 78 is essentially exceeding. Sometimes if we're just meeting, you'll have, instead of scoring the top score, you'll get maybe the next top score. So don't be alarmed when you see 76s or 77s. We're all of our schools are within that range, and they really have to do with, sometimes it has to do with training or surveys that are given for HIB, and the schools work very closely. I know the principals work together with the school counselors and the anti-bullying specialists to bolster their programs each year. So these are the self-assessments, and then come springtime, so these get sent to the New Jersey Department of Education, and then in the springtime, the New Jersey Department of Education will certify those scores. So this is the first step, and I know 6 months from now, you'll say, I kind of remember that from November. Can you remind me? So I'll remind you again, probably in June, and I'll say, remember back in November where we did our self-assessment? Now the New Jersey Department of Education has certified those scores, and that will happen in the springtime. Overall, we're doing very well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the training, because I read through them all, and we do have great scores, and I did notice one or two, like a point here or there for training, and it seemed that that's like the easy one not to lose a point for. So is it the materials not available, or just that we couldn't find the time to train?
A lot of times it's the time, right? So we have a lot. We can only fit so much in, but I know I meet with our district bullying specialist, Dana Tardio, and I meet with her, and we have conversations about what that can look like at the building level to help increase those scores. So we're constantly looking at that. What this tells you is it's an honest assessment, right? Because it's a self-assessment. You could just say, yeah, I get a 100. Our principals and our counselors are brutally honest about it, and they say, you know what? We had 2 trainings. Maybe we can have 3. So let's work together to figure out how we can up those trainings. So we are constantly trying to get better. But you're right. Sometimes we do lose a point. So we do look at that, and we have those discussions throughout the year, and we'll bring that to our admin meetings to figure out how we can continuously get better.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, moving along, we are at presentation time for the NJSLA 2025.
Good evening, everyone. I am Morgan Gross, the Assistant Superintendent, and I'm going to present the results from the NJSLA Spring 2025, so last spring.
Mrs. Gross, before you begin, do you mind
Sure.
if I
Absolutely.
say something? I'm sorry, I used to do this all the time. I can't help myself.
Okay.
I've said this for years and years and years, because I was in her seat, and this was my responsibility for many years. We need to understand that good, bad, or indifferent, this is one data point. So when we do really well on NJSLA, which you'll see, we did well, it's one data point. We can't, be jumping for joy and saying, we don't have to do anything to improve, right? This is one data point of many. It would be irresponsible to draw conclusions about one data point, a snapshot in time. Some kids aren't good test takers. Some of the material on the NJSLA is not even taught when they take the test. So we have to understand that piece. notwithstanding all of that, our students are performing very well, and you'll see that across the state, across the region. And as Mrs. Seward mentioned, there are also areas that we want to make sure that we continue to look at where students need some assistance, and we want to, our mindset is move them across the continuum of progress, right? Those students who are not passing, we just want to continue to push them closer to the passing line. And as you'll see in Mrs. Gross's presentation, in some of the data, she draws a black line, kind of, that's the line we're trying to get them across. But I do want to make it very clear, even when they're doing well, and you're going to see a lot of really good scores on here, it's one data point, right? That we have so many data points here in the district, and we have a lot of support within the school district in looking at data. Mrs. Gross's team, from her all the way down to the building levels, our principals have their own data teams. They do a lot of really rich work around data, and it's not just the NJSLA. NJSLA, the data, here we are in November of 2025, and these tests were taken last May. Any research on effective feedback is the feedback needs to be immediate. This is not immediate feedback. So, the students are already in the next grade when we get their scores. Not an effective way to look at data, but this is kind of the world we live in with state testing data. So we live with it. But I felt like I had to say that because we have to take all of this with a grain of salt, knowing full well Mrs. Gross and her team are doing a phenomenal job. The schools are doing a phenomenal job at the building level. The teachers are doing a phenomenal job at the classroom level, and our parents are doing a phenomenal job because we have a very supportive community. They're very involved, and that's what it takes, right? When you're missing any of those pieces, you have a school district that is, that needs some attention. So we should be proud, and go ahead, Mrs. Gross, and take it away.
I appreciate the intro because it is an important point that it is one data point, and I'll kind of speak to how it connects with other data that we use. But before I get started, I do want to say thank you to the curriculum committee. I really appreciate being able to share this presentation with the committee so that I can get feedback to make sure that the information is absolutely clear and helpful for our community and for the board to understand where we are. And I did a lot of reorganizing of the information so that it was very easy I hope it's easy for everyone to understand and be able to interpret. So again, this covers the spring results, as Mr. Ballone mentioned, from last May. So, again, the timeliness is not the best, and it's actually not very detailed too. So we wish there was a little bit more information that we could use. That's why we rely so heavily on our local assessments. But we do look at this data in several ways, which I will show you with some examples. But we actually will follow groups of students as they progress through the grades to see how they're doing from 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. So cohort data, but we also look at year to year across grade levels to see, what are the patterns so that we can either see if a cohort of students have some things that we're noticing that we can dig deeper into, or is it grade level to kind of look at instructional practices. I do have a lot of good information, so normally I would say just ask me questions whenever it kind of comes to your mind. I do ask if you could please keep them to the end, only because I feel like there is kind of a flow, and I think by the time I get to the end, you will have questions answered. But of course, if you have questions at the end, I can always go back to previous slides. I'm happy to do that. And the other way that I structured this, just so that you understand like the progression of the presentation, per the feedback from the curriculum committee, is we're going to start very high level with state level data to see how we compare with the state, and then I'll kind of go more granular. I'll start with ELA, then we'll go to science, and then we'll end with math, because math is a little bit more complicated. All right, so ELA, starting with the state level data. So also I'd like to mention that this presentation will be shared, so if you're wanting to dig into it, you will have this available to do so. So this slide here is our ELA versus the state. So the solid bars are the percentages from the district. The striped are the state. And why you see 4 is the light blue on the left for each grade level. So on the left, it's grade 3, the middle is grade 4, the right is grade 5. If you look at just the 4 on the left, that's grade 3. The light blue solid is the district. The striped light blue is the state. So if you see in 2024, we had 70% of our students passing levels 4 and 5, and then 43% of the state passed. So we do very well when you're comparing to the state level. And then in 2025, which is last spring, it was 66% and 45% for the state. So just a quick glance, and again, I will be going more deep on this, but quick glance across, you'll see that we are consistently doing far and above the state average. We're consistently at the top. And again, this is one data point. Here's grades 6 through 8. So same thing, we're seeing consistent data. I wanted to kind of quickly point out grade 6, we typically, that's a transition year from elementary school to middle school, so that 81% to me stood out as very strong. But again, consistently, we're doing well above the state average or percentages. This data is literally the bar graphs you just looked at. It's just all the raw percentages, the raw data. So if you wanted to look at it, well, not the raw data, the percentages, if you wanted to dive into it later. And again, we'll post it to our website. So again, this is all the bar graphs. And actually, I would like to also give credit to, we received feedback from the board last year that the bar graphs would be helpful because this is actually a state template that we're required to use for CUSAC purposes. They asked for this data to be presented this way, but we've added the bar graphs so that it could be easily understood by the community. So now we're just looking at our district with taking the state out, and now we're comparing 2024 to 2025. So grades 3 through 8 ELA. So again, you see that we're pretty consistent, and the next slide I'll show you some examples of how we dig in a little deeper to understand the data a little bit better by looking at cohort data and looking at grade level data. So here is, again, just the district level data comparing grade 3, year 2024 to 2025, grades 3 through 8. That solid black line in the middle is the line that we want kids to get over. So levels 1, 2, and 3 are considered, I guess, like not passing. It's approaching expectations as level 3. Level 4 is meeting expectations. Level 5 is exceeding expectations. And then all the way to the right, you'll see levels 4 and 5, which is combining level 4 and 5, which essentially is the number of the percentage of kids that are passing. So if you look to the right, you'll see 2024 to 2025. So the curriculum committee, we did talk a little bit about cohort data. So here's a good example is grade 3. Grade 3 has, it's interesting because last year when I was sharing this with you, we were blown away at how well they did in 2024 in grade 3, because grade 3 typically is not 70%. It's typically around 66, 68%. Because it's the first time that the kids are taking a test online. So that's kind of what it's been around. So these students actually were exceptional. And following them to 2025 in grade 4, so this is this year's current grade 5 kids, they again really went above and beyond, moving the 2024 to, they went up 6 percentage points if you're looking at just grade 4. So again, this is just one way to look at the data. That's following the cohort of kids, following them from grade level to grade level. And then another way we look at it, and we talked a lot about this in the curriculum committee as well, was making sure that we're seeing kids moving from the left side of the line to the right. So here's another example is grade 6. We see kids in 2024, we had 40% of kids meeting expectations, and it went up to 53% in 2025. And if you look to the left of that line, you see those numbers, the percentages going down. So that means those kids who were in 2024 grade 6, we've moved them over that dark line in the center to have them pass. And that's what we look for. So it's not just a matter of, hey, we got all these kids in levels 4 and 5. It's even also looking at, can we get kids from not meeting to partially meeting? Can we get them from partially meeting to approaching? We want to show progression. We want to show growth. So this was something that was important to us. And again, looking at cohort data, we can dig in a little deeper and better understand the demographics even of those students. For example, we have Ms. Mortar will talk more about this with DLM, but we had every single LLD student take the NJSLA last year. And special education students, when they take the NJSLA, it's not modified. They do have accommodations, but it's not modified. It's the same test for all kids. So that means there's what they're used to maybe in the classroom assessments or what they see on the CA, it's more rigorous for them. So that's also something that we consider, and that's why this data, again, kind of going back to the one data point is important to acknowledge, because this is good information to look at, but also we dig in deeper with our local assessments and other data points so that we can really make sure that we're following our RTI process very well, which we do. We just revamped the RTI process. We've talked about this at previous board meetings. The RTI process, it's always going to be a work in progress, but I want to thank Special Services for the work that we've done together with curriculum. We've really looked at it from all perspectives to make sure all kids are getting what they need, and that means differentiating not just for struggling learners, but differentiating for kids who need enrichment, and giving everything that they need. And our data specialists compile so much data so that it can be actioned right away, so our teachers are not spending time collecting and organizing. They can just take that information and action it right away. Our principals, our supervisors lead meetings within grade levels, buildings. Supervisors are pulling them for after-school department meetings. They're constantly using this data to steer instruction, to steer conversations, to look at how they can improve and support students. And I'll have some other examples about that using math later in the presentation. So science is a little bit of a problem test, and that is something that the state acknowledges. Because if you look at this, we do still better than the state, but the state is very low. It's a assessment that the state acknowledges as problematic, but we still do very well. And when we compare, another way we look at data too is we also compare our results with the surrounding districts, comparable districts, so similar socioeconomic background. And we like to make sure that we're kind of aligned with them, and we're at the top in the surrounding area in science. So
I think, Mrs. Gross, an important piece regarding science as well, and I've been at state level meetings where the state has actually acknowledged that there's a problem with this test. Another issue with it is because the science test was rolled out a year after ELA and math, quite frankly, I think I'm right. I'll speculate. It's a contract issue, so the state test in science will remain for one additional year when the ELA and math tests change next year. And it's purely a contract issue. So that's going to be very problematic with an already problematic assessment. I just, I'm not quite sure what else to say about that. But it's, once that contract is up for the following year, then you'll see that test change, and I'm hoping for a better test.
Yeah, and I mean, just there's many issues with it, but one I can just point out that I think is important to acknowledge is they only test in grade 5 and 6, or 5 and 8. So grade 8 they're covering all the standards from previous school years. So the kids are, and we've worked on solutions like making sure they have access to previous standards, but it is something that they need to address. But I'm still happy to say that Marlboro still does very well on those assessments in comparison to the rest of the state. And we're aligned with the surrounding districts, which is good. Here's science again. And again, this presentation will be shared for anyone who wants to dig in deeper. So mathematics is a little bit more complicated, and the reason why is because we have Algebra 1 and geometry. So I'll start with the elementary just because it's a little simpler. So this is the state level again, and again, we're very consistently doing very well across the board with the state level. Again, the state level is the striped, and the solid bars are district level. And then here we have grades 6, 7, 8, and then we have Algebra 1 and geometry on the right. And you'll see that we're well above, and that's because we have true high school level courses. So the state level has high school kids mixed into their percentages. But we do very well. I do want to say that we are consistent, but this kind of leads into my next part of this presentation that I would like to acknowledge about the work that they're doing in the math department. But if you'll notice, grades 6, 7, 8, they all went up. And I'll explain why. So again, this is just some more data that you can dig into. It's required by the state that I put it this way, but this will be shared later. Bar graphs are much easier to look at. Here's grade 3 and 4 and 5. Grade 4, I mentioned how they were a strong cohort in ELA, and here they are again in math, doing very well. And here's just the district level data, again, showing that growth in 6, 7, and 8. And now I'm going to go a little deeper. So in the green boxes, you'll see, again, this is what we want to look at. We want to see, are we moving kids from, the left side of the line to the right? And we do see this increase. Grade 6, I wanted to point this grade level out because there's some context that will really highlight the work that Ms. Caliente is doing in her department that is, I think, exceptional, and it's proving results. So in 2023, she began work with the data specialists, working with just grade 6 on really looking at teacher-created assessments. So quizzes, do-nows, any assessment that the kids are doing in the classroom that the teachers are creating. Because what we were finding was a discrepancy between the grade book, the kids are doing really well in the grade book, and all of a sudden the CAs are not doing so well. So there's something wrong there. So what she was doing was looking at state assessments with the teachers and really talking about standards and what the standards mean and how to truly assess it. They had item banks, they were unpacking standards, and they continued that work. In 2024, this grade went up 4%, and then again in 2025, it went up again. So this grade level, she has been consistently working with the teachers, with the principals, and it has proven to be effective. So now that this has proven to be effective, she is working with other grade levels to do the same work, and you're starting to see that kind of show, again, the results that are taking place, because yes, we have CAs, but we also need teachers to understand how to create really rigorous assessments that truly assess the standards so that it reflects in the Common Assessment and NJSLA. Michael, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you covered it, Morgan.
Okay. And then, so again, this is the teal on the left. You're seeing all those numbers going down, and then on the right, you're seeing them go up. So we're moving those kids up and crossing over to the passing. And then here we have, again, just another example of kids. We moved the kids from 8% to 12 in just the level 5. So you'll see that it's moving. We're seeing them move again. They're progressing it to the right. And then here again, this is part of the state required template. So here we have some raw numbers, demographic information. Again, when you get this presentation, you can dig in. And again, it's just broken down. And so just to conclude, this information is also not only important for RTI, looking at assessments, looking at how we create instruction, but we also use NJSLA to identify, when we first come into the school year and we have this data available, we identify kids who might be at risk, who might end up on RTI, and they have very thorough meetings with those teachers to talk about what supports they can have, but we also use it to identify kids for our POWER program. And our POWER program, we did have DeFino and Robertsville the last couple of years, but now we have Asher joining us, so we have 3 Title I schools at the elementary level, which kind of speaks to, we have 3 Title I schools at the elementary level now, so now we're going to have that program available to 3 schools, which is great. Local data is super important. It allows us to really drill down and see how kids are doing at a very low level to really make sure we're helping kids all the way down to the classroom level. And again, just something that's really important is special education students that take the NJSLA, it's not a modified test. It's the same test for all kids. And they do get accommodations, but it's not differentiated. And again, I just want to thank the staff. I know that the work that goes into unpacking the results of this and all this data that we do collect and analyze, again, all the way down to teacher level assessments, is an important part of making sure our kids are getting what they need to do well and to show growth. All right, any questions? And I can go back to any slide.
Questions?
Yes, and thank you for the information. It was helpful. And I know we had read it in advance. But when it comes to science, I appreciate you sharing the piece that you said, at least one piece. What else is it about science that I guess you all said you and neighboring districts are saying is the issue with the science portion? Are there other things that should be called out? I'm just curious. What's leading to that?
So I've had conversations with our previous science supervisor, and she said the content is not, it's much more rigorous than what they're able to do. How do you measure it is what she's saying. She was actually showing me what assessments they do in New York, and it looks very different. Michael, did you hear anything at the state level that
Well, if you can you go back to the science bar graph?
I definitely will say that the big piece is that they are covering standards for multiple years.
Yeah, that's the big piece. But I think if we get to the science bar graph. Okay, so right here. My eyes are still bad, so I'll look back here.
Do you want to go back to the state or
so
district level?
If you look at grade 5, just look, or actually go to the state level. Sorry, one more, yeah, right there. So look at grade 5, and we can just look at 2025. New Jersey has been ranked the #1 state in the nation for education. How can you say that when 30% of your students are passing your state assessment? Mm-hmm. In grade 5 and in grade 8, when 19% of your students are passing the state assessment. Something's wrong, right? So from that data point alone, we know we are the best performing state in the nation in education. We know that. That is true. This does not speak to that. And that's my point when I say one data point, right? You can't lump this all together. But at the state level, they have recognized that there is an issue. It's a multi-grade assessment that is only given at the elementary level on grades 5 and 8. So in 8th grade, you're getting standards from the previous grade levels. Our students they have a hard enough time retaining information from test to test, unit to unit. Forget about talking about multiple years of content where, even at the elementary level, science and social studies, for that matter, they don't look the same as they do at the middle school level, right? They're not, they don't have the structure in the schedule that we have. So we have had conversations, which is going to take a lot of training. So teachers out there, if you're listening, I don't want you to get too nervous yet, but we have had conversations about what can this look like, especially at the elementary level. Can we start embedding science material in other subjects? Right? Can we start doing that? It's going to take a lot of curriculum work, and I'm going to suggest that we start thinking about that as we go through this next budget process. Mrs. Gross and I will sit down and figure out what that looks like, but I think we need to start incrementally moving toward integrating science work into other subjects so we can sort of kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Will that be the magic bullet? Not for this test, because this test is problematic in and of itself. But I think that will start helping.
I think another part of this is kind of like based on what I was initially saying was, the way that I think with the state, I appreciate when they do this, and I hope they do it again, is when they involve educators in looking at assessment questions, because they have done it. I've worked on these kind of committees, because the way that you are measuring understanding is not necessarily, especially science, when you're exploring an idea and it's inquiry based. I mean, you look at over here on the wall, we have how many Explorer Vision competitions we won. We have kids who are making it into magnet programs. Our kids are very strong in the sciences. So how do you measure that kind of, we had the science fair here last year at our board meeting. How do you measure that? And I don't think this test is truly measuring how our kids are in understanding science and how they can apply it. So I think there's a little bit of a challenge with that too, and that's what I was taught. I had a really good conversation with our supervisor who retired, but I think needs to be some conversation. I hope that the state will open that up and bring educators into that conversation of what the assessment should look like, because I think that's important.
Could I ask another question on
Sure.
that point? And I appreciate that. That was helpful. The data points that you all mentioned there's other data points that would paint a different picture. What are those data points? And by the way, I know the science here is rigorous. I mean, I had kids who graduated from here. The question is though, what are those data points? What would look different than what we see here today?
So I think I heard two questions. I just want to make sure I'm answering it correctly. So the other data points, are we talking about just science, or are we talking about all, like, overall?
Right now, I'm just asking science.
Okay. We do have local common assessments, but we've worked on that to try to replicate the NJSLA, because that's part of what we have to do, make sure it's standard aligned. But a lot of them are project-based learning. A lot of them are kids investigating into a problem and coming up with solutions using their understanding of science. It's inquiry based. Like I said, they're doing a lot of our science curriculum is hands-on. It's not just sitting and doing an online program. They are investigating, researching, asking questions, synthesizing. So I don't know if the state could even do this. It has been discussed at committees I've been in. Portfolios, I don't know how you measure that, but this is project. A lot of what we do here is project-based, hands-on. Again, we do have CAs because we need to get them ready for the NJSLA the best that we can. But Michael, I know you obviously have history with the curriculum. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, so project-based, yes, but we also then, in a summative way, they'll have lab write-ups, right, using the scientific method and the next-gen science standards. So we have various data points that aren't science-specific, but they complement science, like our reading levels, right, at all levels. We pull reading levels for our kids. The COGAT, right, is, again, a data point that is sort of, I always describe that as sort of the 360 view around a child. It's a different data point that they can't really see that we're looking at them. Their innate ability to reason with words and numbers, which science is both of those things. Their math skills, which we saw in this presentation, are doing really well. Again, as you excel into the higher level of sciences, even into middle school, you're using math in science, and obviously into high school, chemistry, physics. So we have a lot of different data points that we pull together. Our online programs are also measuring how students are doing within the standards. We also have, science online programs that they use. So we have a lot of different ways, and then, of course, their performance in class. Again, this one data point has been problematic since its inception, since Pearson was the provider of this test, and they will be for one more year, and that is a purely contractual issue. And my guess is they'll change to Cambium, which is the new test for ELA and math next year, and I'm sure science will follow the next year. And that's purely a financial issue that we don't have control over.
That would be great. And then my other question was, you had mentioned about the neighboring or districts have done similar. That would be helpful information, at least for me. So I don't need you to come back and send it to me later. I could just look it up myself or reach out. But is it our neighboring districts that we'd think about, like a Homedale, Howell, and so forth? Can you list some that you know of?
Yeah, I can say, like Manalapan is one we're the closest to them in regards to the size, and we're an I district, they're G. Like, we are always very in line with them. We call them our sister district. So Colts Neck we look at as well, but they're very, very small. Yeah. And then Freehold, Howell. And we actually have a really collaborative relationship with them. Like, when we had grade 3 do very well last year, we met and then we talked about some things that we were doing in our classrooms to produce those results. We share our data every fall, and we get together, we talk about it, we talk about programs that we're using. So we do articulate a lot, which is good for all of us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, they do it at the assistant superintendent level, and I also do it at the superintendent level, both at the regional level and then the county level.
Anyone have other questions? Just an observations. One is I was observing the fact that, what I've seen in the past is the 8th grade math scores, and that's independent of the geometry and the algebra, tend to have gone down. And I was actually impressed to see that this particular chart shows that in 24 to 25 it went up, which was, a really good progression for us, because that is a point in which they transition from 8th grade to high school, and historically that's a big year for them.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure I mentioned too, because I forgot to mention it. I think it's really important, kind of to your point. And I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's okay.
Grades, another thing to keep in mind is that our kids that go into Algebra 1 and geometry are pulled out of the grade 8 and grade 7. So, our kids are very strong in math. They take the Algebra 1 or geometry, and then the other kids are with the grade level exam, or assessment. So that is important to kind of take a note of, but I do appreciate you noticing that it went up in grade 8.
And historically I see that the Algebra 1 and the geometry sort of always seem historically to be very high performing. So that's a number that stays consistent year over year. And I was glad to hear about the successes of the math supervisor. I encourage you to continue to leverage that success and, pass that experience on to whether it be the data specialists or others who can actually do some more train-the-trainer type of approaches so that you don't sort of do it one grade at a time, but you can do it multiple grades at the same time. So there's obviously something working there that we should basically benefit from and leverage as best we can.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And she did start with grade 6 to kind of test the waters, if you will, but now she does have her coaches working across grade levels, which is good. So hopefully we continue to see good results.
Wait, I'm sorry. I hate to be a buzzkill because it's something that I pay attention to every year. Unfortunately, the 2024 7th graders are now the 2025 8th graders. So we're seeing a little bit of like senioritis because you'll notice that there was a 56% rate, and then we dropped down to 41% in 2025 because those 7th graders become the 8th graders of 2025. So I was actually not as impressed with the 8th grade performance, considering that they get pulled out for algebra and geometry, but you'll see the 6th graders of 2024 became the 7th graders of 2025, and they're tracking. So 59% to 57% is tracking from 2024 to 2025 because that's the same students. So just keeping in mind the 8th graders are not the strongest performers because they take the test in May of 8th grade. So their schools are already decided, they're checked out, the weather's nice, they're already graduated in their brains. So I respect the decline in the 8th grade testing, but I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that the 7th grade 2024 did not perform great as the 8th graders of 2025. That's what I kept watching when we were going over this in the curriculum committee. I like to see where the 3rd graders were in 2024, they're now the 4th graders of 2025. I like to see that progress of the cohorts moving through. Can you go back to one of the number charts?
Yes, and actually, I do want to mention, just because you're just talking about 8th grade, I agree with you. But it is consistent with the surrounding districts, and actually, we're the highest in the area.
Yeah, no.
I agree,
Kudos
there is
to us
like
for
something
that.
with the 8th grade.
But it's also, it's worth mentioning,
do you want to
so
go back to this one?
when we get to 8th grade, we pull more students out.
Yeah.
And when you get to 7th grade, you actually are still pulling students out. Not as many, though.
Oh, no, I don't think it's anything that the district is doing. I do think that the 8th grader grades, though, for the 3 years I've been here, they're the least impressive.
They will be.
Right,
Because
right.
it's a combination of things, right? It's, to your point, they're
Yeah.
they're in 8th grade, it's the spring, sometimes they don't care. But 8th grade is exacerbated by the fact that we have 2 of our highest levels of math students stripped out of that data.
Of course.
And that's a big hit.
Yeah, but it goes both ways because the special ed kids are also taking the same test. So, there could be a curve either way. The scoring is still impressive. Still, I'm very proud of the kids. I just want to make sure that we note, 3rd grade of 2024 became 4th grade of 2025. That's the group of kids where we should see the tracking and the progress. The 2024, 2025 3rd graders are not the same group of kids. It's not the 3rd grade kids moving through the district. Same goes for the, 2023 to 2025. We go from 3rd grade to 5th grade. So I like to see that progress as well, especially having a 5th grader. I like to see where they land from the first year that they test all the way through to the last year that they test.
Yeah, and as Mrs. Gross said, I think that's a very important way to look at it because data can be looked at. You could look at grade levels, right? But then you can also look at cohorts. Right. So how did those kids longitudinally do as they...
Yeah, it's not lost on me either that the 5th graders this year were the quarantine kindergartners. So I give them credit because they're doing well.
They are,
And, proud mom moment. But the 5th graders, the 4th graders of last year really did well. So thanks to the teachers that are doing it because they really are showing up.
And I know we've mentioned this. I know in the spring we typically will present on our performance report and we talk a lot about our data and other measurements of success. We talk about all the kids that get into the magnet programs. There's so much to be proud of at the same time for sure. So thank you for acknowledging that.
And thank you for pointing out. It's a good point. I appreciate it.
I think it's an excellent way to look at it, and because of the way that we were analyzing it, that's why I added the dark line, kind of talk about, moving kids across, and then also, as they progress. So any other questions?
I just wanted to, my final comment was I was just appreciative of your recognition on the sciences that, there's out-of-the-box thinking that's needed here. It's not just the standard curriculums, it's not just the standard state testing. We need other metrics, other ways to evaluate where our students are performing and where they may need support. And collaborating with other school districts that are, similar to us is a really important step to take. So thank you for mentioning that and sharing. Any other questions or comments for Mrs. Gross?
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate the time. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Malone, we've got the DLM 2025 test results next.
Yes, Mrs. Mortar is going to handle that for us. Welcome, Mrs. Mortar.
Good evening. I'm Allie Mortar. I'm the supervisor of special services, and I'm the coordinator of our DLM test. So the DLM is similar to the NJSLA. However, it is an adapted test, and it is only for special education students that meet the criteria. It stands for Dynamic Learning Maps for a reason, because it's a tiered assessment. So all of our students that are eligible to take this test, they start off at a baseline, and then depending on how well they do in their testlet, then either it goes up or it goes down, and that's how we get our scores. So the DLM has been around for a while. It's come a long way. It has some flaws, as Mr. Balone had mentioned, similar to NJSLA. As somebody who's been in special ed for a really long time, it's a big improvement from the APA test. The students that can take this test are tested on the essential elements versus the state standards. What happens for the state level is they look at the state standards, they bring them down to the core, and that's what the kiddos in pretty much our self-contained classes are assessed on. Generally in Marlboro, our students are assessed in the MD classroom, which is our multiple disability classroom, and our ABA classroom, or our autism classrooms, because they meet those criteria elements that are required by the state. Our classroom teachers roll out this assessment similar to an NJSLA, but it's not 1 day or 2 days of testing. This is a huge window for them because depending on the day, our kiddos might not be ready for the assessment. So our teachers are trained by me every year. We have an annual training. We go over the questions. We review everyone's rosters. And then they determine, is it a good day to test them? Let's give them a testlet. If they do really, really well, they might give them 3 testlets that day because they're just on the ball. But it's really the discretion of our teachers as long as they're staying in their testing window, because we trust that they're going to gauge how well their students will do in their performance. So the process for eligibility, all of our families that are in our special services department and they get to meet with their child study team, this is often brought up in your annual review on if they met the criteria for state testing and they're taking this alternate test. It's about 1% of our population that's eligible. They really, from the state level for their guidance, they want us to look at the most severe disabilities and those that have the most limited access to grade level standards. So typically that is our students in our MD and autism program. We expose them to grade level standards, but in regards to their instructional purposes, and our guide for that is we really look at their IEP goals and we go off of that. So our students that are eligible, they have a meeting with their child study team. The child study team fills out the eligibility criteria. They send it to me, and then we have that ready to go for our students. It's always in their IEPs. For our families, if you have a difficult time finding it in your IEP, you can always reach out to special services, and we'd be happy to talk to you about why you're eligible for DLM versus NJSLA or vice versa. The test results that came out are a little bit different than the NJSLA because we talk about emerging, approaching the target, at target, and advanced levels for these essential elements. So we're really not talking about individual state standards as the NJSLA might be breaking down, but it talks about how we're getting there, how we're getting to those foundational skills for our students. It gives us a lot of information, and as Ms. Gross mentioned, you'll see in the next charts that our numbers look very different from last year to this year, and that's because we've taken that information and the guidance from the Department of Ed and now moved our students in LLD to the NJSLA assessment because they have much more exposure to grade level standards, whole group instruction, and they move beyond just working on their IEP goals in their classroom throughout the day, that they are more successful in taking a more rigorous test as long as they have the accommodations to level the playing field a little bit. So this year, last May, we had 22 students in district. We had 9 out-of-district students. As you can see, the majority are all in an MD classroom or an autism classroom. We did have one student that was on home instruction that was opted out, and the demographics are below for you to review. This is the chart that I was referencing. So similar to Mrs. Gross, but much less involved because we are talking about 22 students. They compared 2024 to 2025 for each grade level. So this is for ELA. The difference that I would like you to note is that the dark blue is not really apparent in this current school year, and that's a reflection of our students of LLD moving into that NJSLA assessment. If a kiddo came in with their scores coming out advanced in all content areas, then we have a conversation with the case manager saying they might be ready for NJSLA. This is too easy. They're doing really, really well, and we want to celebrate that, but let's give them a little bit more of an advanced assessment. So this year, it's not really a sign of regression. It's more of a sign of who's taking it in our programs. And we were really happy with their results because it shows a good bit of our students are at target for those essential elements. And then the ones below are emerging and approaching that target. And that's when we look at this data and then we look at their IEP progress and we see like the whole scope of how our students are doing throughout the day. So ELA had a nice result, math as well, but it's very different. As you can see, those navy blue bars don't exist for the 2025 school year for the most part, with the exception of one student in 4th grade. And for that student, depending on his program, we would have that conversation with the child study team and the teacher and really talk about how we can elevate the instruction in there, because obviously they're performing very, very well, but they might not be ready for NJSLA in other areas or other content that we're talking about for the assessment purpose. So math and then science as well. The biggest thing that you see in science, I mean, we've talked about it at length already, but the students in our MD program and our ABA program, their science looks incredibly different from a state standard science. They're talking about the weather and how it changes and how to dress appropriately and how to be functional about that. So we do exposure lessons with them with the essential elements for science, but they're not things that they're tested on daily and are part of their daily routine. So it doesn't have as much meaning for them. So these scores are just reflective of lack of practice because it's not meaningful for their individualized instruction. But we do still make it really fun. We make sure that our teachers look at these essential elements in science, bring it into their daily instruction as like a fun opportunity exposure lesson. But we don't really anticipate our students to show a lot of progress towards science specifically because that's not really a focus in their IEPs. So the DLM, yeah, that's it in a nutshell. The testing window for this upcoming spring is April 6th through May 22nd. Like I said, it's a very expanded window because some of our students in these programs, they just require more time to get through these testlets. Some of our average is about 9 testlets in each content area and about 5 to 7 in science for each of our kids. So that could either be done very quickly if our students are feeling very focused and ready to go. But for other friends, if they're not feeling as focused or they're not feeling as ready to sit down in front of a computer and do a test, we have a nice window to give them that opportunity to show us the best that they can do. And our students do a very nice job. So every year I'm very impressed with our scores that we get, and our kids do a great job. Does anyone have any questions? No? Thank
Questions? Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Can we get the lights on? Thank you. We're going to move on to our next part of the agenda. So we're up to financial and business operations matters. Mr. Hyatt, would you mind reading those?
Sure. Financial and business operations matters. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. Number 1, transfers. Number 2, list of bills. Number 3, secretary monthly reconciliation reports. Number 4, travel. Number 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying report. Number 6, health and safety evaluation of school buildings checklist, statement of assurance. Number 7, comprehensive maintenance plan and form M1. 8, authorization for Marlboro Memorial Middle School and Marlboro Middle School to participate in museum trips, which are all listed. 9, acknowledgement and approval to dispose of vehicles. 10, McKinney-Vento Vento tuition students for the 2025-26 school year. 11, home instructions. 12, rejecting all bids for Avigilon camera solution. 13, non-public school request for security purchases under the non-public security and program for the 25-26 school year. 14, New Jersey State School Safety and Security Plan Annual Review Statement of Assurance. 15, School Bus Emergency Evacuation Drill Report. 16, Acceptance of Safety Grants. 17, ESC&J Contract Purchase Lease of Toshiba Copiers. 18, Resolution of the Board of Education of the Township of Marlboro in the County of Monmouth, New Jersey, authorizing the sale of notes to finance the cost of a school facilities project, our referendum. 19, state contract purchases. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Ms. Gandhi, any discussions on financial and business operations matters?
I have a question.
Ms. Carrera.
So, under transfers, I think it's line item 2 on the chart, page 6. There was, I'm just curious about the transfer. So there looks like there was contracted services at Dugan for the damaged asphalt. I want to know what caused the damage and what repairs are needed.
I'm not, is this still a legal matter, though? Can we discuss this in public? Because I know we have to discuss attorney-client privilege. Okay.
That's what we're paying the money for.
So we're paying the money to repair the damaged asphalt at Dugan, as the transfer says.
I mean, could you explain how much?
I know that was a topic that came up that was legal. We didn't get an update, or maybe we did, so I don't know what you can discuss and not, since I don't know where we ever landed. I'm in agreement with you.
I'm sorry?
I'm speaking to Mr. Caravello.
I don't know what you want me to...
Like, what repairs are needed?
Well, it's, the asphalt was damaged, so we just have to reseal it and basically repave it before the cold weather comes.
What caused the damage?
Wasn't that part of our legal counsel?
Okay, so we can discuss that if we have to in exec. Okay.
Can you want to hold that item?
Yeah.
I mean, so you can move to hold that pending our discussion.
I did have a couple of follow-ups, sorry, and then you tell me if it's not something that can be discussed here. Why is the district paying for this? I'm just curious.
That would be part of the legal discussion.
That's also part of the legal discussion? Okay. Is there anything that can be shared publicly about this?
I think we just did.
Just that there's an issue, that there was, I just need to understand a little bit more, like just that there's damage to school property, right?
Yeah, the asphalt was damaged from an event that was held at the district, and we have to repair the asphalt
No, I get it.
with the district transfer.
Who held the event? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think where they're going, what we're hearing, or what I'm hearing is that some of the discussions obviously related to the nature of the damage can be discussed in exec.
Okay.
The extent of the repairs, what the repair will be, and when the repairs will occur is obviously the subject of the transfer, and that's in fact can be discussed in public. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. I know we're having ongoing legal discussions regarding the damage, but the district has to now repair the damage that was caused because it is still ongoing, and we cannot wait till the winter for it to get worse.
So we're mitigating the damage, we're mitigating potential damages based on the winter?
Further damages, yeah.
Okay. Now, did I hear correctly where you said if you want to vote and hold this item?
Jenna raising a question, she wants to hold the item, pending the result of this vote, those discussions of exec, you can come back and vote on it later on tonight.
Okay.
That's your option. I'm just giving you, just letting you know that that's something.
Your mic was cutting out. Were you saying?
That's because I took his.
Yeah. Can you repeat that so we know what we should be doing?
I was just advising Ms. Carrera that based on her questions, if she wants to hold the item, certainly it would not be inappropriate to hold this one item till you get your answers to your questions in exec, and you can come back and vote this evening after exec session if you want to, or you could just vote on it either way.
We've all been brought up to speed on this. I just want to make sure everybody remembers that it was in green notes, it was an executive session. You know exactly what they're discussing about being discussed in executive session. I don't know what.
We didn't have the executive session. I think you failed to remember that we could not have a discussion about exactly what happened.
We actually started the discussion in executive, and then you're right, then there were some pieces that couldn't be resolved, but I just want to.
Nothing was discussed during executive.
Our board president contacted
Okay, we
us about the damage.
We can't all be talking
Maybe you
at the
don't
same time.
remember the emails
I remember really well, but I don't think we were discussing anything.
We had
I'm asking questions.
You know the answers already to the question. You know the answer.
Our council has specifically said
We can't have everyone talking over each other, please, okay?
Right.
So
your meeting.
If you would like to finish saying what you were saying, Mrs. Seward, go right ahead, and then I'll let the others sort of speak, but I want to make sure we don't talk over each other.
I have an actual question about what we're voting on, so I guess that'll just wait.
Okay. Anyone else want to, any other discussion on?
Yeah,
Mr. Lalonde.
The way I'm seeing it, whether or not there's action taken after it gets fixed, right? We want to mitigate damage to the asphalt and for the cold weather's coming and water gets into the asphalt and freezes, it's going to get worse. Whether we do something afterwards is another separate question, the way I see it. So I don't know why we couldn't still talk about that in executive and still vote on this to repair what needs to be repaired.
I agree with you. I think that's the point of this is to at least deal with the damage. That's the priority. That's the purpose of the transfer, as I'm understanding it.
Correct. But the question is, why is the district paying for it? And I think I'm asking a relatively fair question. If it's coming out of our budget, why are we paying for a damage that the district didn't, that it was not the district's fault? So I'm trying to, that's the only thing. And if that's something that we can't discuss here openly, I understand that, and we can talk about that in executive, but that was my question, because the last meeting that we had in executive, we were trying to conduct board business, and we couldn't do it. I'm not going to discuss that here, because I don't want to have an ethics violation, but we couldn't discuss what we needed to know about the situation. And a month and a half later, now here we are, where the district is having to pay for it, so I just need to understand why that is. That's all.
If we didn't discuss it, and hold on one second, and you didn't know, then how do you know why they're paying the damages? If you're claiming that you don't know, but you don't want the district to pay it, how do you know?
Because it says it right here.
How do you know?
Because it tells you what the issue is. It tells you on here.
Are you saying you didn't know? Because we had it in the green notes too, and that's point. You already knew what happened. Well, now we're sitting here, and Jenna are sitting here pretending you don't know. What is the reason? You know the reason, because we all talked about it.
The back and forth is...
I'm not having a back and forth. I'm going to speak my mind. You asked us to speak. She spoke. I'm speaking. And you can respond. I just want to ask, did I miss something? Because we were there. We had a conversation. Some of it, to your point, I agree. We could not conduct all of the board business. I understand that. I agree with you.
Because there's only a conflict for certain people in executive.
Right, there's only conflicts when certain things are discussed, but not when other people are, but we'll leave that one. But I'm confused. How are you two saying, I don't know. Why is this happening? You know
I'm
why.
fully aware of what happened
So then
at the
why-
school, but we never discussed what happened from the time that the damage occurred, and then anything consequently what happened after that, and
That's
what got us to the point of the school district paying for it. So I have a right to ask that question, and I'm going to ask the question, and I just did, and that's all I have to say.
You have, you have every right to ask any question you want. I'm not ever saying you guys can ask whatever you want. My question is why are we discussing that when the vote, to Mr. Lolansky's point, is the school needs to pay so that it can be free of damage before winter? Done.
Okay, well, that's your point, and Mr. Lolansky's point, that's fine, okay? They raise their questions, that's fine,
Anybody can
too.
ask anything. I'm only giving my own opinion.
That's fine.
That's all.
And I think that's fine. The questions are legitimate, whether or not they can be discussed in a public session versus a executive session.
I didn't say it was an illegitimate question. I asked why it was being asked.
You
That's all.
just did. You
I-
just said that if you knew about this,
You-
why
I'm
are we
a-
asking
I'm
the
asking you
question?
the
And
question.
I'm telling
I'm-
you that before I
Right.
sign
So
off
you-
on our budget being paid towards this,
Fine,
I
you
need to
an-
understand the reason
Well,
why.
so
You may
all right.
not be responsible with the budget, but I am, so I'm asking the question.
I'm not.
I'm
I've
going,
been here 3 years. I'm not responsible.
we're going to move on.
I'm just going to leave with one comment from the district's perspective. It is a legal matter, so we have to wait until the full board and the board attorney decide on what we're going to do next. But as the district liaison to facilities and Mr. Vallone, we have to repair it before it gets worse because it is our responsibility to maintain our buildings.
Absolutely. And
Where the money comes from right now and how we obtain it,
we understand that, and we're not saying that we're not going to vote yes for this, but I still wanted to understand why we're paying for it. And if you're telling me right now that we can't discuss that publicly, that's perfectly acceptable. But I'm going to ask if I'm signing off on the district paying for something, I need to understand why.
The students should pay for it.
Okay. Ms. Carrero, did you want to hold this item, or do you want this item to go forward with a vote?
No, we could go forward with a vote.
Any other
We'll talk about
discussions
it.
on financial matters?
Yes, I'd like to discuss number 9, the disposal of the vehicles. Is it typical that we just dispose of them? Because I know even if there's not much life left on the vehicles, that donating them can help with the tax write-off. So do we look into that option as well? Maybe offset the cost of fixing the asphalt?
yeah, so so those two have nothing to do with each other. Disposing of vehicles, we normally do every year when we are retiring fleet of buses or certain vehicles, and what we do is we actually list them on a public procurement website, so Gov Deals, and usually they get sold that way, and we obtain
perfect.
partial revenue for it. I'm sure the buses are sold for probably tailgate buses or something else, but we do repurpose them and try to make some revenue off of them.
Good to know. I knew you would. Thanks.
We also have to follow certain rules, I assume, with disposals, right, where we just can't just give them away or donate them.
No, usually we go through the procurement procedures to get rid of those assets.
Okay. Any other questions on financial matters? Mr. Caravella, roll call.
Mr. Lolansky,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez,
Yes.
Mrs. Seward,
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero,
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt,
Yes.
and Mr. Cohen.
Yes. Next item, curriculum matters. Ms. Seward, would you mind?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, interscholastic athletic competition, winter sports, 25-26 school year. I so move.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Lolansky. Any discussions on this item? Mr. Caravella?
Mrs. Mendez,
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero,
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt,
Yes.
Mr. Lolansky,
Yes.
Mrs. Seward,
Yes.
and Mr. Cohen.
Yes. Next item on the agenda is personnel matters. Mr. Lolansky, would you mind?
Sure. Superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Lolansky. Before you read them, I just wanted, I guess this read-in is, or this correction is better before you formally read them. So under resignations, number 3, Wendy Staum, she's actually retiring. So I don't know if we didn't number them as a retirement, but if we just want to read in that Wendy Staum is a retirement and not a resignation.
So can we
Thank
create
you.
a 1A and a 1B? 1A being
Yeah, that-
resignations, 1B being retirement?
That's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to formally recognize her for retirement.
Mr. Lonsky, you got that? Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, resignations. 1A, retirements. Number 2, employment certificated staff. Number 3, employment part-time certificated staff. Number 4, employment bus driver. Number 5, staff paid with IDEA funds. That was 5. Number 6, movement on guide. Number 7, amended salaries, non-certificated staff. Number 8, reassignment, non-certificated staff. Number 9, transfer certificated staff. Number 10, sick leave bank withdrawal. Number 11, curriculum Title I coordinator. Number 12, curriculum Title I building facilitator. Number 13, curriculum power coach. Number 14, curriculum power program parent academy planning committee. Number 15, curriculum reporting and data coordinator. Number 16, curriculum data and technology coordinator. Number 17, curriculum LEAP coach. Number 18, curriculum LEAP nurse. Number 19, curriculum substitute LEAP nurse. Number 20, curriculum RISE coach. Number 21, curriculum RISE building facilitator. Number 22, curriculum ESL family literacy program coordinator. Number 23, curriculum ESL family literacy facilitator curriculum writing. Number 24, curriculum ESL family literacy program facilitator. Number 25, curriculum technology coordinator. Number 26, curriculum coordinator, ELA math, science, social studies. Number 27, curriculum station facilitators for Power Program Parent Academy kickoff event. Number 28, IDEA coordinator. Number 29, special services, IDEA Crisis Prevention Institute facilitator. Number 30, special services, IDEA preschool facilitator. Number 31, special services, IDEA tuition facilitator. Number 32, special services, IDEA child study team evaluation and program facilitator. Number 33, special services, IDEA consultant facilitator. Number 34, stipend mentor teacher. Number 35, amended extracurricular activities advisors. Number 36, stipend music performances. Number 37, assistance after-school activities. Number 38, student observation. Number 39, student practicum. Number 40, substitute teachers. Number 41, substitute school monitors. Number 42, substitute bus drivers. Number 43, substitute bus attendants. Number 44, paid medical disability leaves. Number 45, unpaid leave of absence. Number 46, amended resolution leave dates. 46. Well, I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second for the, not the written version, but the amended version that Mr. Lolansky read? Ms. Mendez, any discussions on this item?
Not a discussion, well, just a question. I think you're here. I just want to say, if you're going to be in the December meeting, then I'll save all my kind words for the December meeting, right? So, no discussion there.
I think many of us have expressed our sentiments about Mr. Caravello's resignation, and we look forward to, expressing them again at other times. But thank you for your service to the district and for the service to this board.
Thank you.
I have a question. If we don't vote yes, do you have to stay?
I actually asked that question. What if we vote no to that item? I really actually asked for line item veto.
As they say in the Bronx Tale, now you can't leave.
With that, no other discussions. Mr. Caravello, is there a conflict with you calling the roll for this?
I'm not voting on it, so. But thank you. So roll call for personnel matters with an added amendment of 1A retirements. Mrs. Seward?
Yes, whatever.
Mrs. Carrero?
Regretfully, yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Do you even have to ask? No. Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes, Mr. Caravello.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Before we move on, Mr. Balone, you have comments on the retirement?
I do have retirement comments for Wendy Stamm. After years of dedication and compassion for the students of MTPS, we are so happy for Wendy Stamm as she enters this next chapter of her retirement. Wendy has been an exceptional instructional assistant in our special education programs. Her support spans across the district, working closely with students at Dugan Elementary, Marlboro Elementary, Robertsville, and most recently, Marlboro Middle. From day one, she has brought patience and unwavering support to both students and staff in a number of our programs. Her calm presence and willingness to go above and beyond have made a lasting difference in the lives of so many of our students. Whether helping a student gain confidence or lending a helping hand in the classroom, Wendy has always led with heart and a joy for learning. We are deeply grateful for Wendy's contributions to our programs. We wish her all the best in this exciting new adventure. Congratulations, Wendy. You will be greatly missed.
Mr. Balone, I didn't hear it. Was there a number of years in Ms. Stamm's service here?
Doesn't have an actual number of years, but we could get that. It says after years of dedication, so I don't have the actual number.
Well, Mrs. Stamm, I know you're not here tonight, but if you have an opportunity to watch this meeting, congratulations, and thank you so much for the services that you have provided to this district over so many years and the many students you've touched in so many different schools. We wish you much success in your next journey. Thank you. And moving on to our next item on the agenda will be Policy Development and Community Relations Matters. Ms. Gandhi, would you do that?
The Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolution for approval. Second readings. Be it resolved that the following be approved for second reading before the Board of Education. Policy 1570, Internal Controls. Policy 1620, Administrative Employment Contracts. Policy 5339.01, Students on Protection. Policy 6111, Special Education Medicaid Initiative Semi-Program. Policy 6220, Budget Preparation. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second on this? Ms. Carrera, thank you. Any discussions on this item? Thank you. Mr. Caravello, roll call.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Moving on to liaison reports, we're up to that. Freehold Regional High School School District, Ms. Seward.
And I also have CPAC, so I'll just read them
Thank you.
both together. Thank you, Michael Messenger, for the report. This was intended for me to read at the 10/28 meeting, which might feel a little outdated, but I'm going to read it as is. We are adding the following half-days to the calendar due to the state testing, so it was November 5th, and then March 17th to the 20th. Our public session was spent mostly on the students' anti-Semitic Snapchat. All of the speakers demanded we give the students the harshest punishment possible, which I agree with. We will have proactive measures to continue our Holocaust education. Our partners are CARMA, the Center to Combat Anti-Semitism and Reinforce Acceptance, and the Jewish Federation, Third Generation of New Jersey, and Commission of Holocaust Education. Michael. And then for CPAG, CPAG's first meeting of the school year was on October 16th. It was a great opportunity for the parents and guardians to discuss concerns and positive experiences. CPAG co-leaders were then able to discuss those experiences with special services at the first meeting of the school year on October 28th. CPAG will have a table at the MTPS Community Unity event on November 13th. Please stop by to do some kindness crafts and activities. CPAG's next meeting of the school year will be virtual on Monday, November 17th at 7 p.m. The agenda and link will be sent out through special services and will also be posted on our CPAG Facebook page. If you need additional resources or advice from other parents, please continue to check out CPAG's website and Facebook pages to increase your knowledge of special education and related services. Thank you, Robin Borenstein, for the update.
Thank you. Marlboro Education Foundation, Ms. No update? Okay, thank you very much. Marlboro Township Liaison, Mr. Liaison, Mr. Lalansky.
Thanks, Steve Dahlia from the Township. Holiday lighting ceremony. Please join Marlboro Township on December 3rd at 6 p.m. in front of Town Hall. They will celebrate the season's holidays with visits from the North Pole, photo ops, a winter wonderland, a legendary dessert buffet, music by the Marlboro High School musicians, and more light refreshments to follow. The Fall Holiday Market. Marlboro Township welcomes back the Holiday Market on November 23rd. Enjoy the regular vendors, plus crafters and artisans, and small shops for the holidays. Full list of vendors will be announced soon. Leaf bag distribution. Saturday, November 15th from 8 a.m. to noon. Pick up your free leaf bags. Complete the online permit by 1 p.m. the day before, which can be found at the Township website. Collect your bags at the Department of Public Works Yard, Municipal Complex, 2nd Road off of Township Drive on Public Works Way, and look for the leaf bag flag. And that's what I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lalansky. I just want to go back to Mr. Ballone shared with me the Marlboro Education Foundation, just since we didn't have the report, if you don't mind, if I can just sort of highlight. Yes, so I just want to highlight that the Marlboro Education Foundation is hosting their first casino night, which will be on Friday, November 21st at Eagle Oaks Golf and Country Club, and it will be from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. And tickets are on sale now, and you can get your tickets through ordering. You can actually order their tickets, but you can pay through them through several different ways, including Zelle, Venmo, and PayPal. So I'm sure if you reach out to the Marlboro Education Foundation, they can work with you to sort of do that. Thank you, Mr. Ballone. Moving on to the Monmouth County School Board Association. Mr. Hyatt?
I don't have an update. I did reach out, but I didn't follow up for when they didn't get back to me. So if there's anything important, I'll get a hold of them this week. I will email the board, but I don't think there's much outside of what's on their website.
Thank you very much. New Jersey School Board Association, Ms. Mendez?
New Jersey School Board is looking for a new president, and so those applications were due to be submitted by November 10th. There was a level of criteria that they're looking for, but I think it's exciting times for them to get a new president, and I know they're excited for that. The other thing, just for my fellow board members, is don't forget, as we're coming to the end of the year, we have our governance training, so just make sure that you complete that. So, right, your second year, first year, third year, we're governance 3, and governance 1 and 2. So I just want to say that, and then new incoming board members will have to complete that as well. So if you don't have that, they do have some sessions at the end of the year, so if you haven't taken it yet, you can go back and look up those emails. They have that, and you can ask Mr. Caravello to help you register, because it does require the school business administrator to do that for you.
Thank you. And just to pick up on that, it's also, we have our board self-evaluation that we have to do, and I know that you did that last year using the NJSBA platform, so I need to connect with you and hear more about that, because I want to make sure that we have a chance to take care of that before the end of the year as well.
Yeah, we could look at that for sure.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other item I have is scope. Now, Dr. Miskowitz is not here. Did she have an opportunity to share scope with anybody? All right. I apologize to the scope organization that we don't have their update. We will, I'll reach out to them, or I'll have Dr. Miskowitz reach out to them, and we'll make sure we get any relevant and important information out from them. That concludes our liaison reports. I'm going to move on to old business. Anyone for old business? Any old business matters?
I do. I had
Yes.
sent to the board the old business, because I had talked about it before, and just to discuss the resolution when it comes to establishing board member safety and civility framework, condemning harassment, intimidation, and retaliation. I sent it, I think a few weeks ago. I think I sent it in September, maybe. I can't remember when. Oh, September 16th is when I had sent it, right around. And just asking for feedback, and that's okay. I didn't get any. I sent it yesterday, or the day before, can't remember when. And just saying that I was going to present it today. Just as a start, I know I talked about potentially a civility policy. I know I sent like a draft of what, a statement could be on it, but it's really about ensuring a safe, respectful, and orderly environment so that members can serve the community free from harassment, intimidation, threats, or retaliation, and healthy disagreement is essential to democracy. I did put in here personal attacks, hate speech, or coordinated online harassment undermines civic participation, discourage qualified residents from serving. I also asked that the board recognize that safety extends beyond physical settings to digital environments and must include protections for privacy, cybersecurity, and emotional well-being. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. And the board sets to seek a clear, proactive standard for civility, decorum, and response protocols to protect all participants in public education governance. So I'm not sure how you want me to go in depth on this. I'm really asking Mr. Gross also for your guidance. It's a couple of pages. Do I read the whole thing? I kind of just wanted to start the ball rolling on this. I won't be here, but hopefully y'all could carry the torch and do something to make next year better than the past few years. For all board members involved, or future board members. So I don't know what to do with that. Do I read it? Like, how should I approach it?
Well, it's a policy. You're proposing it, sorry, this microphone.
Right now it's the resolution that I have here that I had shared with everybody. And then in another email, I talked about like a draft policy, right? But the committee hasn't met yet, so to go through that part. But so right now, this is the resolution piece to start that part.
So if you're moving the resolution during a regular meeting, you certainly have the right to move it, and somebody seconds it, we can then discuss.
Okay, all right. So I'd like to make a motion to move the board resolution, at least to start that process.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Ms. Seward? Okay. So now we're into discussion.
Yeah.
So.
And happy to take notes or whatever is needed.
Yeah, no, I read through this, and I apologize that I didn't get back to you when you submitted it, or I know I wasn't at the meeting when you brought it up the first time. But I'm confused a little bit by adopting this resolution as it's written for a couple of reasons. As a resolution, it should technically be sort of something that expresses the feelings of the board in the context of, an opinion or something like that, right? But there's also some specific actions you're asking the board to do, or certain matters, I think, that may be either of concern from a legal matter or an actions perspective, and there's even a financial concern within it itself. So I guess from my perspective, are you asking us to adopt a resolution that's completely written here per se, or as on the four corners of the page, or are you asking us to adopt a resolution that says that we will, going forward, work through the principles that are expressed in here, but obviously there are legal concerns, financial matters, action items, policies, and a lot of other things that have to be done here, so that I just don't want to be in a situation where when we vote on this, I'm voting on policy, because there could be some things interpreted here as policy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So thank you. My motion is to adopt it, right? But I understand. So that's why I know when you and I spoke, you were in agreement that we need something in place. So I wanted to draft this. I asked everybody for feedback. It's fine. Everybody could just do it here. If people aren't comfortable with it, that's okay, right? This is the time for discussion. I could take notes. I could revise, send a new version. We could vote again in December, or I could change my motion to say a level of framework or that it's needed, and then I guess I pass the torch. I'm okay with that too. I'm fine either way. I just want to have something in place and some action moving forward so that it's a better environment for all. That's all.
I read it as what you're saying is more of a framework as to move forward through policy and follow its track as it should. If there's words that the attorney feels has to be changed to make it that way, that's fine. But I read it that way, that you're not proposing policy, you're proposing a framework of
right. And that's why I have here framework, right? And then we agree on a framework, and then you don't have to agree with all of the language in here, totally okay. But that we move forward with something.
I had a couple of things as well. So again, I want to say that I completely understand why this resolution was written. I think everyone here would agree that we all want our meetings to be safe, respectful, and civil, and that is something that I fully support. But I do feel, again, that this reads more like a policy than a resolution. You're setting rules in here, not just goals. This document actually does not simply express shared values. It specifies what people can and cannot say, what happens if they do not follow these rules, and what staff must do next. That is characteristic of a policy. I also think that it restricts, in some of the things that you've put in here, it restricts speech. It bans comments considered personal or insulting, right? So while the intent may be good, those are forms of speech protected by the First Amendment. So any rule affecting public expression must be narrowly written and legally reviewed. So that, and then I had, my other big concern is that it commits, what you put in here, it commits the district to financial and operational obligations. The resolution calls for uniformed police at every meeting and potential reimbursement of legal costs. Now, those are budgetary and policy decisions that cannot be established through a resolution. So for me, this is, again, it reads more like a policy. And I remember Mr. Hyatt had, the last time you brought this up, he had said to bring this to the policy committee. And I know we've met since then, and we obviously talked about other policies in there, but I don't think you brought this up. So I just wanted to mention that this is, again, it reads more like a policy, not a resolution.
Yeah, I was under the impression in September. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was under the impression in September we were moving this to the policy committee. I have no problem voting on it. I think we all agree this is much needed, and thank you for taking the lead on it, by the way. I'm okay voting for a motion to move this to the policy committee, but I was under the impression in September it was going through policy motions, and that's okay if it hasn't yet. Policy committee hasn't met, I think you said, right?
No, we met on September 30th.
On the 30th, okay. So I'd be okay with that. I think it's needed. I don't want to vote against this. I do, when I read it, when you sent it yesterday, I think, yesterday?
Yeah.
Or the day before?
Can you just get closer to your mic?
When I read it, it did read like a policy to me, and I was still under the impression that in September we agreed to move it to the policy committee. So that's where I feel it belongs, but that's my opinion.
Anyone else, other comments or discussions?
I just want to read one more thing from the resolution, which again is one of my biggest concerns, just because it's financial. It's financially, we're basically taking the responsibility. It says that the board attorney or designee serves as liaison for harassment or threat matters. Restraining orders or protective measures may need to be implemented in accordance with the law. The board may, upon review, reimburse legal costs reasonably incurred by members arising directly from actions taken in their official capacity. That's a pretty heavy financial responsibility that the district would have to take upon themselves, and I have major concerns with that, especially if you're talking about members of the community being out there and expressing their opinion against publicly elected officials, and then for our board attorney to have to send out, a cease and desist, like I think you put that in here too, or pay for any legal fees or anything like that. I just don't understand how our district should be responsible to pay for that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate all the feedback. This is really specific to board members, where it says establishing board member safety and civility. So with something legal happens to a board member serving in their capacity of a board, that is already part of the coverage with the board attorney. The second thing is to the point of the security at the meetings. That's already the protocol as was established, unless you all change that. So that's why I put that in there. So I wasn't looking for additional costs. These are things that are already currently covered. And Mr. Ballone and Mr. Caravel at the time had said we will continue to have police officers. So I wasn't asking for anything additional to what we already have covered, but I appreciate the feedback. So either way, this is a resolution. It's just a framework. It's not a policy. So I'd like to vote on a resolution so that you all could carry the torch and make it better. Don't have to. I won't be here. You won't be here. Do what you want. But other people wanting to step up, I think all of this chaos from everybody deters people from wanting to step up. So.
No, I agree, and that's why I started my discussion with that point, that I agree that this is needed and it's something that we should try to implement. But currently the way it is, again, it's written as a policy, so it really should go to the policy committee for us to kind of review this. And there are some other things in here. Again, can you help me understand? So here it says strengthens digital safety and cybersecurity protections. Harassment, including doxing, impersonation, deepfake imagery, and digital stalking. The board, in consultation with counsel, is authorized to request takedowns of harmful or false content targeting board members. Can you just help me understand a little bit more? Take it down from where?
From any, if it says digital, any sort of platform where any of us, including yourself, myself, all of us, are having all sorts of defamation of character. Yes, there is free speech and political, and not being political and whatever it might be, but there is free speech. Yeah, sure, we could say anything we want, right? Almost, it's protected under our First Amendment rights, but that doesn't mean we should. So it means that board members under the board decorum policy 0164.4, we should be held to a higher standard. All of us. I'm not speaking about anybody in particular. So I don't think that though we can say it, we shouldn't. We shouldn't be attacking each other online. And I am not saying whatever, but literally everything someone says, somebody comes out and attacks each other. And it turns off the whole community, and it turns off people from doing it. Whether we sit here and think we're right, you could say whatever you want. Does it mean you should? No. Because look, it's embarrassing for all of us. So this is a draft. Nobody has to agree with it. That's why I sent it twice as a draft saying, hey, these are just my thoughts on paper. You don't like it, that's okay. I'm not here to get grilled for it. Just say, I don't like it. Could we change it? 1,000%.
So just so again, I need a little bit more clarity, and no one's grilling anyone here. It's just understanding what I'm voting on. So the item number 4, the strengthens digital safety and cybersecurity protections. Can you just help me understand? Are you saying that this is the community against what they say against board members, or what board members are saying against each other? Or is it both?
Can I chime in here? In my capacity as a board member, I've received some pretty threatening emails, one of which I'd like to cite here so that everyone understands where my perspective is coming from. On Wednesday, July 23rd, I received an email, and inside the email says, the ball is now in your court. If you choose to not recognize the MEF, then that's on you. Start preparing now for what you will say to the students and their families, the teachers, and the community as to why you will not be working with the MEF, and why you will not be receiving educational grant money this coming school year. The MEF is already prepared for this possibility and will only work with Marlboro High School if need be. Regarding my vote on an MEF, happening, or a policy, or I don't even remember what it was about, to be honest with you. It was that long ago. So it was policy 9191 discussion. I voted no to it. The following day, I get an email at 1:13 p.m. bordering the line of coercion and extortion, that if I don't vote this way, then the district's going to be punished for it in the future. There has to be some policy in place, or some type of bylaw, some type of I guess ground rules.
I'm sorry, where was the threat in that email?
The threat is that if I don't vote accordingly, that the MEF is going to stop donating to the district. I'm one board member.
Didn't all the board members get that email?
No.
It was only sent to one person.
It was only sent to
hence
me.
why she's reading it. So the digital threat, listen, I don't need to debate it. You all do what you want. If you don't want to use it, go ahead.
I can read it in its entirety and say who it's from if you'd like, if you need clarity on it. I'm just giving you an example on how, as a board member, I have a right to vote however I want, and I get threats and I get extorted for, or punished, for lack of a better word, and there's no policy in place that says community members are not.
Can you, you read that email again, because I'm still trying to understand where the threat is. I honestly don't. I feel like the people are using the word threat very loosely.
I said it borders on the line of coercion and extortion. The ball is now in your court. If you choose not to recognize the MEF, then that's on you. Start preparing now for what you will say to the students, their families, the teachers, and the community as to why you will not be working with the MEF and why you will not be receiving educational grant money this coming year. So I abstained from a vote, and then the entire district was told that they won't contribute to the schools because of how I voted. The ball's in your court. Start preparing now for what you'll tell the students. So a board member votes according to how they freely are able to vote, and then I get an email that says, we'll just stop donating money to you because of how you voted, and then there's nothing the board could do about receiving an email like that. How is that giving someone the right to vote accordingly if there's no policy in place that says...
I have a question for you, honestly. I mean, the MEF does a lot for the district. I'm trying to understand, like, what is your gripe with them? Because I feel like since the last 3 years...
So are you saying that you think that email is okay?
No, I'm talking about
does that email sound okay to you? I just want to know, putting aside, however, no one has any gripe with anybody. Well, besides yours with me and Annette and Danielle. Putting that aside, though.
You guys have it with me. I mean, please.
I'm not even talking.
Can we not make this? Can we not make this
I love it when she comes up with a civility policy and is attacking me right now, Mrs. Mendez. You may want to follow the policy that you're putting forward for us for a resolution. The resolution that you're trying to vote on, it's laughable because the social media conduct that you're talking and referencing, just yesterday you attacked Mr. Hyatt and said he's lost credibility.
I attacked Mr. Hyatt?
Absolutely.
Ms. Gandhi.
So when you sit there and pull out a resolution for us to vote on, but you don't believe in following it yourself, it's laughable.
It is, I know. Actually, excuse me, Mr. Cohen, one moment. I'm not speaking over her.
Don't be deflected. Stay on topic.
I want to just say 2 things. One is that for many years I sat here, I didn't say anything online. Actually, I didn't insult Mr. Hyatt until he came out and said something to me. And I was literally very... 2 wrongs don't make a right. I didn't say that. If you want to preach something, you have to follow it.
Ms. Gandhi, please, let her finish.
I'm not here to even argue it. I won't even be here. I don't care. Don't put it in place. You continue to harass people online.
That's a pretty severe allegation without anything to back it up, because I have a lot of other information. So let's not, can we get back to board business and let's talk about school, education, let's talk about that.
We have a motion, we have a motion in front of us that I'm going to bring us back to discussing. We have a motion in front of us that I want to bring back to discussing. All right? Is there any, all this other stuff aside, is there any other comments on the motion? Mr. Lewandowski.
There are parts of Val's, motion's all valid, right? But there are parts of it that belong in discussion at a board meeting that we should put on next month's agenda. I'm going to ask that parts of your motion that we can discuss in public that aren't policy, put on next month's agenda to be discussed. And we can discuss, do we want police at every meeting and just get that over with, right? Those parts that people are saying maybe we want, maybe we don't want. Parts that should be policy should be passed to policy, and by your motion, pass the policy. That's what I'm saying. I don't have the motion in front of me, so I'm not going to go A, B, C, D right now.
Sure.
But you could tell us which ones belong at a board meeting discussion and which ones could be sent to policy. That's my suggestion.
Right, so, and I'm happy to revise this if needed to say, like, so you're not approving every single line of it. Just, I can amend my motion to just say, can we kind of have a framework in place?
Make a suggestion?
Please, and we can't hear you.
We've been talking about
Yeah. Please make the suggestion. That's all I'm looking for.
So I thank you for validating that we're both, thinking the same way. I just want to reflect for a second. The sentiment is right? But I can't adopt a document that hasn't gone through legal review, it hasn't gone through policy, it hasn't gone through fiscal, it hasn't. So I'm concerned about a resolution that says we're going to adopt this document as a framework. So I would like to propose a modification to your resolution.
Sure.
Which is a motion that the board, a resolution of the board, okay, that it's committed to establishing a safe and civil environment for board members, board meetings, and community members, and that the document that you developed and shared with us, okay, can serve as a framework to inform future work with the district and with the policy committee and with the board. And then we can decide, which ones you want to propose specifically to go forward to policy next. But I think that, and then there are certain things that obviously within this document need to go through our counsel's office because I have personal concerns about us overstepping or creating First Amendment rights. So I just think that there are three different paths we need to follow here: district, legal, policy. But I think the board's sentiment from what I hear of everybody is we want something, we need to do something, but let's take it apart so that we can put it in the right places.
I'm totally there. It was really just a draft. Sorry, go ahead, Ted.
That's what I'm suggesting. I think we all agree in spirit. I would vote yes on that in a second. Just maybe we do need a policy. Maybe we do need other stuff. Move those forward. It's part of that motion. It's fine with me.
Any other comments on this?
That's it, and that's what, Mr. Cohen, what you just said and what Mr. Hyatt just said, that's exactly what my sentiment was, it's exactly what I was trying to say, so thank you for, I'm glad that what you said was better received than what I said, but yes, that was exactly my sentiment, exact.
So if Ms. Mendez...
It will be Ms. Mendez's motion.
Right, if you want to amend your motion to reflect what Mr. Cohen and I wrote out as to... Sorry, this microphone doesn't work. You agreed to amend your motion. I know, Seward, you seconded this. So if you're both in agreement that you're willing to amend the motion to reflect what Mr. Cohen and I just put together here, we can then move on that amended motion in lieu of the original motion.
Yes, but I don't remember everything that you just said.
I can reread it.
Yeah, so do I have to read it, or do you just say it? So I want to say I'm happy to amend a million times over.
And
just so that
you
we
can read it, and
yeah.
if you're in agreement with it, you can just say yes, and we'll...
Okay.
And if you want to change any of the words, by all means, I'm not owning of it. So the motion is for the board to adopt a resolution that it is committed to establishing a safe and civil environment for board members, board meetings, and community members, that the document developed by and shared by board member Ms. Mendez can serve as a framework to inform future work with the district, the policy committee, our general counsel's office, so that we can take action on those items in the future. And if you'd like to sort of, at the next meeting, that's the motion, that would be the resolution, right? And if you would like to propose separately which items you'd like to move forward to the policy committee immediately, we can do that. Or we can do that at the next meeting, or we can do it in our policy meeting that we have.
Yeah, would it be more productive to amend the civility policy to include some of these sentiments?
Yes,
Like
but there's...
9202
this
already
is
exists.
Yes, this is a framework, though, for multiple
There's a lot of
pieces.
policies in here.
So there's not only policies, there's like actions in here too, and some pieces that require Mr. Gross. So I'm okay with that. And so, yes, I agree with what you said. So I say yes. Do you agree?
So that's
You don't
Ms.
have to.
Mendez' amended motion that she's moving. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Seward seconds. Is there?
I just have, oh, go ahead. Well, we were voting, but I wanted to say the sentiment ultimately is that I don't want to infringe upon First Amendment rights, but I also want to make sure that just because all of us can doesn't mean any of us should. So all of us should have better, healthy disagreements. That's all. A lot of it is here, and that we should all feel safe and protected in a good environment. That's ultimately the goal.
Thank you for adding that. Any other discussions on this? Mr. Caravello?
Sure. Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Okay, 7 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstentions. Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez, for bringing that. Is there any other new business? I'm sorry, old business. Seeing no old business, any new business?
I have new business.
Ms. Seward?
In light of the recent disclosures involving our board vice president and the spouse of a sitting board member who participated in a text thread containing inappropriate and sexualized remarks about a fellow board member, I move that the Marlboro Township Board of Education take immediate and corrective action to uphold professional and ethical standards. Specifically, I move that, 1, the board attorney and board president coordinate mandatory sexual harassment and Title IX awareness training for all board members within 30 days. 2, such training shall be conducted through an approved provider such as the NJSBA or qualified legal counsel specializing in education law. 3, the board further explore partnerships with local nonprofit organizations, including 180 Turning Lives Around, Strengthen Our Sisters to provide community education and prevention resources related to domestic violence and sexual harassment and workplace respect. And 4, that the board issue a public statement reaffirming its zero tolerance policy toward harassment, intimidation, or sexually suggestive behavior among board members, district employees, or members of the public engaging with the district. I'd also like to note that this board came together both proudly and rightfully to participate in anti-Semitism training following concerns about student behavior in the middle school. That was an important step in showing our community that we reject hate and bias in any form. Let me reiterate, board members participated in anti-Semitism training because of abhorrent student behavior. Side note, it was our board president at the time, Ms. Mendez, and Mr. Hyatt who organized said training. Finally, I want to make clear that the outcome of the police investigation is irrelevant to this motion. I'm bringing this forward in good faith, not to prejudge any individual, but to ensure that our board acts responsibly, consistently, and transparently in matters that affect public trust and distrust culture. Standing up against hate should not be selective or opportunistic. Whether the behavior in question involves religion, race, gender, sexual harassment, etc., our responsibility as leaders is to confront it with the same moral courage and urgency. This motion is not political, it's principled. It's about demonstrating that this board holds itself to the same standards of dignity and respect that we expect our students and staff. By pursuing training and partnering with organizations that serve survivors and advocates in our own community, the Marlboro Board of Education can set an example of consistency, integrity, and leadership for everyone we represent. We cannot selectively decide which forms of misconduct we address. The same conviction that brought us together against anti-Semitism must also guide us when a sexual harassment or disrespect occurs among our own ranks. Every form of harassment is a form of hate, and silence only protects the wrong kind of people. I so move.
Is there a second? Ms. Mendez. Ms. Seward, I didn't get a chance to, you read it very quickly, so I didn't get a chance to write it all down.
I intend on sending it to all of you. It's the crux of it, though, is that board members be strongly recommended, since we can't force people to do things that they have the right to not do. But I do suggest partnership with the NJSBA, Turning Lives Around, 180 Turning Lives Around, their closest chapter is in Hazlitt, or Strengthen Our Sisters. They all provide community education. They're nonprofit, so it would cost nothing to the board. But they hold these seminars for workplaces, for school environments, and they offer free training for anyone who is open to understanding domestic violence and sexual harassment. But I also want to reiterate the board issuing a public statement reaffirming its zero tolerance policy towards harassment, intimidation, or sexually suggestive behavior among board members, district employees, or members of the public engaging with the district. I think that it's time, now that the police investigation has concluded, that the board speaks and reaffirms to the community that, regardless of the outcome, we stand against all hate, similar to the way we responded to the anti-Semitism in the middle school. I was very proud of that moment in time. I just would hate to see it be a selective anti-hate movement. But I do plan on sending it to the entire board, and if you want, I could read it again, slower.
Would you mind?
Sure, no, it's the New Yorker in me.
Only
I
because
got it.
if we're going to vote on specific actions, I really just want to make sure I capture because you're asking for us to specifically do something as a result of the motion, and I just want to make sure I completely capture it. So I know that first one you said you wanted the board president.
Okay, so there's 4 points.
Right.
Specifically, I move that the board attorney and board president coordinate sexual harassment and Title IX awareness training for all board members within 30 days. Just to put a time frame on it, I don't want this to also get brushed under the rug. Such training shall be conducted through an approved provider, such as the NJSBA, or qualified legal counsel specializing in this law. 3, the board further explore partnership with local nonprofit organizations, including 180 Turning Lives Around, the Hazlitt chapter, and Strengthen Our Sisters to provide community education and prevention resources related to domestic violence, sexual harassment, and workplace respect. And number 4, the board issue a public statement reaffirming its zero tolerance policy towards harassment, intimidation, or sexually suggestive behavior among board members, district employees, or members of the public engaging with the district.
Can you read the beginning part? You said something about a board member's husband and the vice president can you just kind of read that part again?
In light of recent disclosures involving the board vice president and Mr. Mitesh Gandhi, the spouse of a sitting board member, who participated in a text thread containing inappropriate and sexualized remarks about a fellow board member, I move that the Marlboro Township Board of Education take immediate corrective action to uphold professional and ethical standards.
Are you aware of the investigation and the outcome of it?
Yes, that's why I said the motion is not political, it's principled.
Correct, but then the fact that you put in something about a spouse of a board member or the board member that's
Are
sitting
you
here
denying
when they were
any
not.
involvement? Is Mitesh not involved?
This is what gets us into trouble.
I understand. I'm trying to move forward with a productive motion, and it's petty. It's always pettiness.
No, it's not. It's actually
No,
not
it's
pettiness.
simple-minded and
It's
small-brained.
completely irresponsible to sit there and say
So
that
don't do the
someone did
training.
something.
I would need a written copy, like to
Correct.
read.
Same.
Like, I
Don't
need
do
to
the
read
training.
something.
Vote no.
All right, Ms. Carrero, you had a comment, please.
I said I really would need a written copy to like read and go through. Like, this is not working for me to just vote on something. I need to read something.
Okay, thank you. Same? Any other discussions on this?
Just hoping in good faith that the December meeting's not canceled so that we can move forward with voting on this.
I don't see any reason to think that the December meeting, unless we have a snowstorm with 14 inches of snow.
I didn't see a meeting.
But
to-
I
a
think
reason to
otherwise we
cancel
should be
October
fine with
28th.
December.
I mean, you can always, silently protest again.
Ms. Seward, I would ask if you would mind, I would like to ask you if you would mind tabling the motion, because I think it's fair. I think I personally, and I'm on record saying, I fundamentally agree with the 4 points that you're making.
No, everyone
Okay?
gave the green light very quickly for the
I just
anti-Semitic
want-
training.
I just
It's
wanna
funny
read
when when it pertains
Something
to a
occurred
woman.
here, it
When
did
it
not.
pertains to a woman, please don't interrupt me, or I'll have to peacefully protest again. When it pertains to a woman,
You can
it's
make a dummy of
different
me too.
standards. When it's different standards and it pertains to a woman and how she was spoken about, I think the board needs to stand up and say that we're going to do something to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and that we're all acutely aware of how to recognize it, because it wasn't reported like it should have been. So maybe in the future, if you find yourself part of a group chat that is calling on the death of a board member, or specifically about her nipples, then maybe you would have the understanding of reporting it to the superintendent or a board president to put an end to it.
Where was
instead
the
of
death of
engaging.
a board member put in there again? I'm sorry, this is getting a little bit out of hand. There's no evidence. The police
What are you so
conducted an
defensive about?
investigation.
Why are you
The
so
police
defensive?
I'm not defensive. I'm actually correcting you, which
Well, you're
I really should be
insulting
doing.
me, you're rolling your eyes
Not
at
at all.
me, you're
Not at
being
all.
petty
I'm
about
not even
it.
looking at you now. I'm looking at you.
All right.
I think that when you're comparing the anti-Semitism thing, which was a very severe thing that actually happened, to something that didn't happen.
This didn't happen?
Did they not? It did not.
Did they not talk about a body part of a board member?
Whoever was they?
Whoever was there.
Who's they?
I'm sorry.
asking you, who is they? Where is
Excuse
the
me.
evidence of anything?
I'm going to stop. We're not going into discussion into this. Okay, please. All right.
I'm trying.
I-
I'm trying
no,
to come
but
forward with new business.
I wanna
That's why
stay-
no one
I
has
wanna
a
stay
copy
on
of it.
point to
It's
your-
new.
I want to stay on point to your motion, if we can, to the 4 points that you're raising that you want the board to take action with. I'd like to ask you if you would mind tabling the motion, sharing it with us so that we can vote on it next month. And as I said to you, I am committed to the 4 points of it. I just need to read it, need to understand it. That's my
I'll
request.
amend it. I'll amend my motion to say, I think specifically, I'll omit the first paragraph. Let me reword my motion. I move that the board attorney and board president coordinate mandatory sexual harassment and Title IX awareness training for all board members within 30 days. I so move.
Is there a second for that? Ms. Mendez. Any discussions on that?
Yeah, I need to see a copy of it. I need to read it and understand it and then vote on it.
And I do many hours of Title IX training and over and over and over for all the institutions I work at. So this is just, again, but like I am in full support, of course, for women and, you know.
It's just never been mandated before for the board to receive sexual harassment or domestic violence training. So my motion is one sentence, that the board attorney and board president coordinate mandatory sexual harassment training and Title IX awareness training for all board members within 30 days.
But, okay, so they can coordinate that, but then how long do we have to
30
complete
days.
it? Like, I have other questions just because of the obligations that I have in my life also that are I have a lot going on, and like, I also need to see something to read just so I can process the information, because like the whole oral thing like does not help, like just verbally. Like I need to just read something, and I hope that could be understood.
Yeah, of course.
I think your motion says just to coordinate it. It doesn't say attend the training.
That's
It just says
The board
Mr. Cohen
attorney,
and
I
Mr.
move.
Gross would coordinate the training. End of story. It does not say when
And
it's
then obviously
completed.
you would work with board members. That's what happened when we worked with the anti-Semitism training. We picked dates that worked for everybody. I'm just asking that it be coordinated within 30 days.
What are the cost implications for this?
I don't know if we even know what the cost implications would be for this.
And
We'd have to find out.
Right, and who would be doing it? I mean, we need to know like which organization, what the cost implications are. There's just so much in it. It's not as simple as saying, I'm going to make this motion and we're going to move forward with it. I think what makes sense is, I think, again, we should absolutely do this. I'm all for it, but I think you need to come back in December with a little bit more information, you know, where we're going to go do this, what it's going to cost the board to do it, and then send it to us so we can actually read it before we come to the meeting.
And I definitely want to have input. I think we should all have input into the program that we choose. And so in the 30 days, that might not be possible.
Listen, I completely trusted Karma and their professionalism and their expertise in anti-Semitism training. I never looked for a different outlet when Karma was selected for the anti-Semitic training.
I wasn't here for that. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize for something that you didn't partake in. I'm just trying to give an example as to the hypocrisy of this being such an issue when the anti-Semitic training was a green light from everyone.
So Ms. Seward, I've been through this as a board member in other boards. I have done the training. I have absolutely no problems whatsoever with sort of saying that board members should go through the same level of training that employees in the district go through.
It's already in our governance
I have
training.
no problem.
I'm asking specifically for...
I know what you're asking for. If you just let me finish what I'm saying.
No, I know. We too have been trained on sexual harassment. I'm just asking specifically for, like before you mentioned how many other boards you've sat on, I don't think anyone's ever talked about your nipples for those boards that you sat on. So please forgive me for being a little more passionate about this rather than you trying to make it relatable. I'm asking the board to either vote yes or no on the board receiving training on sexual harassment and Title IX within 30 days, just organizing the training.
I have a question for you, Mrs. Seward. Sorry, I have a question for her. So when, in an October 14th meeting, when the woman came up here from Marlboro Township and called me a titty, I didn't see you being outraged. When your friend...
She said a D.
No, she did not. When your friend, Mr. Marshall, on the residence page, publicly, with 14,000 members, said a titty, I didn't see you get outraged. But here you are asking, when you know for a fact, and there's no evidence that, please don't interrupt me, just the way you did not want to get interrupted. Let me finish my thought.
It doesn't stop you from interrupting us, does it?
Clearly not you either, so
then
let
I'm
me
not going to
finish.
stop
So when
interrupting you
you
either.
sit there and say,
Don't call me
Mr.
Petty Betty
Hyatt,
for nothing, Ms.
when you
Gandhi.
said
I'll go
Mr.
all night.
Hyatt,
I'll talk
am I
over
close to
you.
the bear again?
Again,
Am I close
if
to
you're
the bear?
going to- What's the matter? What are you gonna do
Anyway,
about it?
so,
Are you gonna make a fake
I'm going to
video?
finish my thought, please,
You're
Mr.
going to make a
Cohen.
video about me making out with
So
someone
there's
who's not my
nothing
husband? Is that what you're
here
gonna do?
where Mr. Hyatt,
What's going to happen?
there's
You're gonna
nothing there that
resurrect
shows
the
that Mr.
Ms.
Hyde
Seward, please.
participated in anything.
No, she's
So,
attacking me. This
I'm
isn't a
actually
question.
not.
I think she's
No,
just
I'm
trying to
not.
finish her sentences,
When
and
someone-
By bringing up
it's
Facebook?
hilarious when
let's just finish the sentences,
Bringing up
and then
people
we're
when
from
moving
someone
on.
Marlboro
sits there and responds to your
We-
allegations, you take it as attacks. It's not an attack. It is me sitting there and giving my point of view. You're sitting here and you keep bringing up that one comment that Chad Hyatt didn't make, my husband didn't make, okay? And you keep bringing it up. But you have not said a word when here in Walton, you were clapping.
Okay.
When they said a titty. You were clapping. You didn't say
I was
one thing
clapping.
I'm
on
gonna
the
bring us back.
New Jersey residents
You
page.
said
When
nothing.
Mr. Marshall
You
said
have
a
said
titty,
nothing.
you did not
You
say
only started
anything.
getting-
Is
All right,
there a
we're going-
reason why I am not mentioned in this
I'm gonna-
motion?
Does
Is
this
there a
work?
reason why
I am
I
going to
not
close
mentioned in
discussions on this.
motion?
Does this cooperate
Thank
with the
you.
restraining
Thank you.
order?
Thank
said
you.
something else.
Thank
Restraining order.
You understand, right, that it's a temporary, means only one
he
party
wasn't
has
involved.
sat there
Miss-
and put
Miss
something
Gandhi.
in
He
there.
wasn't involved, but
Nice
there's a
try,
restraining
nice
order?
try.
Miss
And you
Gandhi.
told me that you were going to
Miss
put one
Seward,
against me.
Ms.
Come
Gandhi,
on,
we need
please.
to stop.
Be an adult. Be an
Please.
adult, Mrs. Seward.
We
Be an
need
adult.
to stop.
Be an adult.
Thank you.
But when she makes
Ms.
memes,
Seward.
backing up.
Ms.
That's
Seward.
adultish.
Her memes actually helped pass the referendum.
I am
So
going to
thank
make a
you, Mrs.
respectful
Carrero,
request, Ms.
'cause
Seward,
she just
on
mocked
your
you right
motion.
now. No, she just marked Mrs. Carrero for all her efforts for passing the
Didi.
referendum, because all you
Didi.
did was attack it, not once, in the
Ms. Gandhi,
entire
you must
last
stop.
few months.
I
You
was
did
in favor
not-
of the
you-
referendum.
I
You're
did not hear you
lying.
say one thing.
You're lying.
I did
The
not
board's
say
gonna
one
take a
thing.
recess.
Not
5
one
minutes.
thing. Not one thing about the referendum, Mrs. Seward. You could try all you want, but you did not say one thing about the referendum. All you did is a peaceful protest about the, no, nobody needs to shut off my microphone. Thank you.
carry the torch.
Is there a motion with
She
that?
said she's happy you won,
No, I think,
and you're going to carry the torch.
We're not going to have conversations like this.
I think she's ready. She said she's ready to
I
go.
need you to rule on that.
Yes.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Carrero,
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Here.
Mr. Hyatt,
Here.
Mr. Alansky,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Mrs. Seward, and Mr. Cohen.
Here. Prior to us taking a recess, we had a motion on the table. Mr.
I don't believe there was a second on that motion, so we're.
I think I did.
I don't-
Yes, Mrs. Mendez.
Okay,
seconded.
so now we have a motion and a second at this point, but
Was this the amended motion with just the one paragraph? That's,
that's the
That's what's
the
not
question.
clear to me, because
It's
I was
very
asking for that paragraph with the time frame of 30 days, which I never got a chance to ask for, if that could be extended for 60 days, given that it's the end of the year, we have holidays, we have schedules, everyone needs to coordinate this. I was going to ask if that could be amended, but I can't ask it at this point because there is no way to amend the motion. So we either vote on the motion or someone can move to table it. Anyone want to move to table it? Then we are going to vote.
clear, it's the one paragraph only, the last,
I don't know what we're voting on.
then how can we vote?
Exactly. That's exactly my problem. There's lack of clarity
I'm
on
going to
what
vote
we're voting
on
on.
the one paragraph that she
Yeah, I
read.
think she amended the one paragraph to read that the coordination of the training,
30 days by the board attorney and the board president.
that was it. That was all she had after on her amendment, yes.
And again, as I was saying, my intention was to ask to have the timeframe be longer so that the attorney and I can work to get that done, given there is a holiday, 2 holidays coming up, and making it relatively difficult for us to sort of do all that. So since I can't amend that motion and we're not tabling it, we can vote on the motion or we can vote on an alternative motion, right?
That means someone would have moved to amend the motion.
Right. So we are at,
Sorry, what are we asking to amend it to? 60 days?
I'm not asking anything.
I would say.
I'm just telling you
No.
from a procedural
From-
standpoint where you are.
Right, so I would ask to amend the motion to be 60 days, or we can even say to the reorg meeting, but I will sort of say 60 days. Well, it should give us enough time to sort of, for us to coordinate, find out, what programs
Okay, that's
and how to address the sexual harassment, because there may be programs already here, but we have some things that we have to do, and we obviously have 2 full-time jobs. So, yes, I would ask that, we amend the statement to say that we would that the board president and the attorney will coordinate a mandatory sexual harassment training program with also, I think, Title IX was included in that within 60 days.
I wanted to say something.
Yes.
So I want to make this very clear. I know it got a little heated, but I feel that every single time I say something or I have a response that's differing from Mrs. Seward's or Mrs. Mendez or anyone else, I'm attacked. My line of questioning was because the motion started with allegations that have been basically dismissed. It didn't happen. The police didn't find anything. There's no evidence to any threats that were made by Mr. Hyatt. There is no evidence to anything. So that was the part that I wanted to address, and that was the only thing. There's nothing wrong with us getting any of these trainings. I'm not against it, but I don't appreciate that any kind of questioning for better understanding or for clarification or for just setting the record straight, that I get attacked for it. So I have a huge problem with that, and that's why things got a little heated. But I just needed to clarify that that is the reason. I have a right to have a differing opinion from anybody else on this board. And I do not need to be attacked for it repeatedly by the 3 members that are here on the board. Consistently, it happens every single meeting, and I just don't appreciate that. So that is the only thing that I wanted to mention. And I think that because Mrs. Seward is not here anymore, I don't even know if we can vote on this or if we move it to December, but the board can decide to do whatever they want.
And all I have to say is everything you said, but reverse for me to you. And I think we can vote on it because she's not here, but she already moved it. And so the rest of us are here to vote yes or no.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Just, it kind of brings me back to what you were bringing forth before. I was going to call you Val, sorry, Miss Mendez. And I wrote on my paper how, right? You can have all this stuff written in a policy somewhere or whatever, make a resolution, this and that, but like, how would we actually affect this change, right? Because we could say all this stuff, but it doesn't change our dynamics. It doesn't change how we collaborate on anything. What Mrs. Seward was bringing up is extremely loaded language that I don't appreciate just being thrown at me, and now I have to, well, vote no. If I vote no, then I look bad. And it's like, it's a stage or whatever, and it makes me really uncomfortable, and that's not how I work my best. That's not how I work with people, and so I would appreciate a huge change and actually have your policy explain how we can actually interpersonally change that rather than just these words, because it makes me really uncomfortable to sit here and being put in a predicament like that, and it's yes or no, and it's like I don't even know what I'm voting on. Is the language, there's so many nuances in it that it makes me really uncomfortable, and I don't want to be like that. But of course, we all want to stand up against, sexual harassment and all this stuff, but just the way it's layered and all the things that have gone on here, it's not that easy. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add?
I just want to say I'm with you on the how, because this came up a lot last year, and we talked a lot, Mr. Lolansky and I, on like just how the board can work more effectively together. It came up a lot. I would always get emails, right, Michael, of like, we want this one to resign, do something, or we want this one. And I even said to Mr. Cohen, it's not fair for the board president because it does put them in a position, because the policy always states it's up to the board president to handle it, or that, and it puts the board president in a position that's not fair to any of them either, right? So I just want to say also that the how is important, because there's a lot of policies we need to look at. I don't think it should solely live on the board president. I think it should be a thing. So anyway, I'm with you. And I would like to say, Mr. Cohen, I know we're on that motion, but I just wanted to say it would be nice if we could figure out, I was going to ask if you and I can talk this week about that resolution and the different pieces, because it requires like different pockets of work that I at least want to help with before my term is over. And so maybe you and I can brainstorm on exactly, to Ms. Guerrero's point, the how. Like, how are we going to make it better?
I want to add.
I don't think I've ever been non-collaborative and
No, we have. We've had good conversation. So if we could just, whatever. But anyway, putting that aside, the motion, go ahead.
The
Michael.
motion, maybe just find a middle ground. We can change the wording to the board will attempt to coordinate the training within 30 days, not to exceed 60 at the most. We'll attempt to do 30, not to exceed 60. This way we're attempting, I'll just attempt to do 30 days, but not to exceed 60. This way everybody's heard.
As long as we all understand that the coordination doesn't mean complete.
No, coordinate. Just
Right.
like we did it.
I
We all
agree.
picked the dates when we could attend the last thing. We didn't all go the same day.
We did that before, Brian, where we worked with the board and asked them when we coordinated the training with MJC. First, we got some dates and then reached out, can you attend on these days? Here's some dates. And then board members were like, I'm working. And so we kind of just got that.
But there were no cost implications for that, correct? For this, there would be.
You're right.
Right, so that's something else. But I just want to say one more thing that, for the anti-Semitism, we didn't get charged for it. It was a complimentary training. For this, there would be, financial obligations. What I wanted to just mention is we had 2 motions that were passed or suggested. And I have to say that we're a board of education. And both of those had nothing to do with education. That's the only thing I want to mention. We need to focus, this board needs to really focus on how to improve our schools and the things that we can do for our students. But we're so busy talking about all of these things that are social media attacks, things that have been already resolved. And again, where in these two resolutions that were put forward, is there any mention of what to do with our students, with our schools, with our staff, and how to make, how to bring that forward, how to move that forward? I have an issue with that. That's what we need to focus on. And we're always focusing on all the noise and bringing resolutions about the noise, and we need to stop that. Really. As a board, we need to focus on education and not all of this noise that was just brought up again today in two separate resolutions.
I think our board meetings could be, and our board in general could function better if we actually could work more collaboratively. I think the resolution I put forward is about we can't do any work if we do this the whole time. I'm not saying.
I agree with you.
So I know it's not specifically that one about students, but in that case, nothing's going to get done if the board continues to fight and attack each other, whether it's online or here, constantly. It's a bad look for the district in general, for all of us.
The problem is, collaboration, and when stuff comes up, there are discussions. People have different points of view. We're 9 different members. Everybody thinks differently. So when you're attacked because you have a difference of opinion, and then it launches into what you're attacking me, when it's just really a clarifying question, a question to understand better, to sit there and, anything that has been stated that is incorrect or that's not accurate, if you want to correct it, that should not be taken as an attack. I was not attacking anybody. I was trying to merely set the record straight about something that was said during the motion, which was not accurate, which was false, and it has been publicized that it was false. So to sit there and still make this motion based on that. It was
not criminal. It's not that it was false. It's that there was no criminal charges. But
criminal charges can only happen if there are threats made.
Not
right?
true,
People
actually.
Okay.
Not true.
Okay, well, I'm not a police officer. I'm not a police officer. I'm going to trust the PD. The Marlboro PD has put in the effort. But what I'm saying is it's not even about that. I'm sorry. I guess the point I was trying to make was...
We're not going to do this again.
No. The only point I was trying to make was that we were just having a conversation, and I don't think that someone asking a question should be taken as an attack. And that is precisely what's happening. So if you're going to put forward a motion or anything... I mean, people need to really understand what they're putting forward, because if you're not living to that,
okay, Aditi,
then
I have a question
almost feel
for
like
you.
It shouldn't be put on the table.
Gandhi,
So that's
I have
it.
a question for you.
I choose not to answer it.
Okay, well, be mature.
I choose not to answer it.
When other forms of training were brought to the board because of how students behaved, we all willingly and rightfully participated in the training to increase our empathy, to increase our...
That is precisely my problem with it.
How are you not going to answer it and then
my
interrupt
problem.
me?
We have a motion. We have a motion
decorum?
in front of us. We have a motion in front of us.
No,
we have
I'm
an
not
amended...
done speaking. She doesn't just get to interrupt. First, you announce that you're not answering my question, and then you interrupt it, so...
I have a right to change my mind.
All right,
I really hope people at home are watching and never re-elect this woman.
We have a motion in front of us.
I'm asking why, hypothetically, sexual harassment training, because of events that took place in our home district, although you might not see it as education-based, would not make us stronger and better board members like all other training we partake in. Like all the governance training, like the NJSBA convention trainings. You sit in rooms that aren't necessarily education-based training, but it makes us stronger and better board members. For you to be opposed to a training that would make us stronger, better, more empathetic board members, just because it's not student-based.
Where was the sentiment when Jenna wanted to go for, what was the class you were going to go take? Something about equity?
The sentiment is here now. This is the newest event. The sentiment is right here, right now.
Can we move to a vote, if that's what we're going to do, because we're not going to get anywhere else?
All right, it's late. We have a motion in front of us. Ms. Seward is back in. You have record to reflect that? Thank you. We have a motion in front of us from that Mrs. Seward posed. we believe, just validating, that the motion was for the board president and the board attorney to coordinate mandatory training for sexual harassment in Title IX within 30 days. That was the motion. Is that correct, Mrs. Seward?
Yes, but to offer a more flexible accommodation for people's schedule, it could be 30 to 60 days, just so that we put a little
Thank
more
you.
grace on the time period, considering it's the end of the calendar year.
That
So-
was going to be my request, if we can say within 60 days. That doesn't mean we won't get it done within 30, but within 60. And I appreciate your recognition of that.
Of course, and any form of collaboration that I can offer as far as connecting with nonprofits so that this costs the board nothing. I know of 2 that I mentioned that are always offering community education, so please consider the collaboration in this efforts and
Thank
not
you.
feel like you are alone in it.
And I wrote them down because you gave us the 180 training life,
180
turning life around, and the
Hazlitt
strength in
chapter
our sisters, and
of Monmouth County.
So yes, I did write them down. I have them. So thank you.
Thank you.
So the motion then, as amended, would be within 60 days.
Yes.
Is there a second for the as amended? Ms. Mendez. Is there any other discussions on this? Can we have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Carrero?
From what I said before, again, I abstain.
Mrs. Gandhi?
From what I said before, I abstain.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Alansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes, 5 yeses, 0 nos, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you.
Any other new business?
I know it's late. There's a timestamp. This is not a motion. It's just a statement about the Freedom to Read Act because it goes into effect on December 9th, and our next meeting isn't until then. So I just wanted to make sure I talk about that for a second. Okay, so it's just a couple of things. I wanted to talk about a new, something that's coming our way as New Jersey moves into a new administration under Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill. These changes, particularly the Freedom to Read Act, which takes effect in December of 2025. Mr. Cohen, we received an email from Laura Simonson about that, and it takes effect on December 9th, which is why I'm reading it now. It will directly affect how schools operate, what our children are exposed to, and how much voice families continue to have. The Freedom to Read Act was promoted as a way to prevent book bans, I put that in quotes, and to ensure diverse perspectives in school libraries. On its surface, those are fair goals, but there are some details that will matter. The law prohibits districts from removing or restricting materials based on a viewpoint or because someone finds them offensive. It also requires that collections include diverse and inclusive materials, a phrase that is positive but has also been used inconsistently across the state and sometimes without regard to age appropriateness, maturity level, or parental consent. So I do want to make it clear that I do support inclusion and diverse learning, but I also believe in a parent's right to guide what their child reads and learns. Our district does have a process in place already. It's a policy for reviewing challenged materials, and Mr. Bowen, I know we had looked at it I think 2 years ago, and parents can and should have the right to request that their child be opted out of content that they find inappropriate, too mature, or inconsistent with their family's beliefs. With this Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill's administration taking office, families should expect a stronger state emphasis on inclusion policies, equity frameworks, and content access, all of which could be positive but can easily evolve into state-driven mandates that override local control and can reduce parental involvement. During her campaign, she focused on expanding tutoring, funding for school mental health programs, and protecting students' freedom to read, but also aligned with some organizations that are opposed to parental opt-out measures and support curriculum uniformity across the state. That's where I believe we need to take a stand. Local school districts still have the authority to protect family choice, to preserve transparency, and to say no when state guidance conflicts with the values of the community. The Freedom to Read Act sets minimum standards, not maximums. Nothing prevents us from going further to make sure parents stay informed and empowered. So tonight, I do want to call on the board, even after my term ends, to be courageous and proactive. So I ask that you reaffirm again this is not a formal motion, just asking, reaffirm our district's opt-in, opt-out rights in writing, which we have out there already, so every family knows that they have a choice when it comes to sensitive or controversial material. I know families can do that in the beginning. I just want to make sure that that information is publicized so that families really know how they can do that. I ask that, you could look at our library and instructional material policies, which we have in place, to ensure that parental voice and transparency are clearly protected, not diluted by vague requirements. I ask that you be prepared to push back respectfully if the state attempts to impose policies that strip away local decision-making or diminish family input, and communicate openly with families before these laws take effect so they know exactly how to raise concerns, how to review work, and what their rights are. We can absolutely respect inclusion and free access to information without surrendering local control or parental partnership. Our job as the district is to represent the families we serve, not to simply comply with political trends coming from Trenton. I believe Marlboro can and should lead by example. We don't have to conform when something doesn't align with our community values. We can implement certain things responsibly, but on our terms with respect for all, but without fear of speaking up for parents and for our children. That's what our leadership should look like. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Any other new business? Okay, we are going to move on with last round of public comments. Mr. Caravello?
Sure. Ashton McCormack.
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road, Morganville. I did want to come up here and kind of give our goodbyes to Mr. Caravello, but I can't do that right now. What I can't get past is that a community member, a mother, PTO member, and a previous Board of Ed member sitting in the audience, taking time out of her night to watch you guys at the dais, and my eye gets caught by Miss Gandhi and Miss Carrera chatting, and so I'm looking, and what happens? But Miss Gandhi stares me down hard, literally whips her head, puts her chin on her hand, and stares at me. It made me feel so intimidated and so sick. I literally mouthed, "What are you looking at?" And she doesn't stop. So all of this back and forth between you guys is enough. But then you bring it to the audience and to the constituents, the people that you work for, you were elected by to serve. It's not okay. It's not okay behavior. Everything needs to stop. Focus on the education. Focus on the children. Stop this and stop doing it to us. It's not okay. You do it on Facebook. You do it here in the meeting. Then you talk about getting attacked. Get out of here. It's crazy. And it was moments after Val said we should, as in the BOE, should feel safe and protected in a healthy environment, that Ms. Gandhi agreed with and then pulled back. Get out of here. It's not okay. Enough now. Act like an adult.
Thank you, Mrs. McCormick, for coming and speaking. I understand the sentiment because when the way you were staring at me with chewing your gum the way that you were, it kind of scared me. So I first had to see if you were looking at me or someone else. But when I saw that you were staring at me, I looked away, but I was not looking at you. So I do agree that you did. And there's no back and forth. Thank you. No, there isn't.
There's a 1 minute.
She can come up for 1 minute.
Sure, go ahead.
Learn your policy that you break all the time anyway. I apologize if I was chewing my gum. I don't feel well. I had chemo yesterday. So I apologize if my gum chewing annoyed you, but you didn't.
No, I think you staring at me kind of scared me.
All right, there's just no back and
But
forth.
I understand. I'm just going to respond. But yes, you staring at me, so I had to first look if you were looking at me or someone else on the dais here. So yes, our eyes met, but I was talking to Mrs. Carrero. I was not staring you down. I don't know what you saw, but I did see you staring at me, and it kind of scared me a little bit. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Caravello, anyone else?
I have no one else on my list.
Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to publicly speak? Mrs. Bornstein.
Good evening, late in this evening, Robin Bornstein, Marlboro. I wasn't planning on speaking, so I apologize if I end up all over the place a little bit. I just wanted to echo your sentiments from earlier, Mr. Cohen, regarding Mrs. Wendy Staum. She was a phenomenal asset to the school district. She was with one of my boys for a little bit a few years ago, and she still remembers him. I remember her. She remembers all my kids. It was great having her. Congratulations on her retirement. So I just wanted to echo your sentiments on that. You know, congratulations to her. I did have another comment. Is there any way, because I know that the format or the layout of the meetings are all done during reorg or during one of the other meetings, but is there a way of looking at when we're doing presentations and when we're not, and when somebody not on the dais is doing the presentation? Because while you guys are all able to go ahead and ask questions or make any comments, those of us in the public are not able to do that. So if any of us, for instance, had a comment or a question related to NJSLA or the DLM, and I'm only using that only because that was discussed tonight, the first public comments was done before that presentation. And now the people who did the presentation are no longer here. So if anybody, okay, there's just three of us that are here now, but sometimes there's more than us, just three. If anybody has any questions on that, we don't have anybody to direct that to at this point. And while I understand we could send it as an email, it's better sometimes for the comments or the questions to come out in public comments, because other people may have those same questions or comments. And instead of getting, I'll use an arbitrary number, 10 emails relating to the same thing, if we were able to ask those questions and then get them answered at the meeting, then it eliminates those 10 emails and a district employee having to take time out of their day to address 10 separate emails. It could just be addressed here. So I don't know if there's a way of looking into maybe doing public comments after the presentations are done, so that the people that are doing them that are not sitting at the dais. I mean, if you guys are doing the presentation, obviously that's something different. You're, I guess, trapped here, for lack of a better word. But other people are not. And then my other question, I'll be really quick. Since the issue of transfers was brought up, is there any way to go ahead and explain this $8,249 transfer related to this die cut machine at Asher? I'm somewhat familiar with die cut machines. I don't know of any that cost that much, so is there any way of just elaborating as to why this machine cost this much money? That's it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms.
Have a good night.
Bornstein. Let me first, Ms. Bornstein, thank you for sharing about Ms. Straum. What you offer in your comments is personal experiences, and those are actually, in my opinion, far more meaningful than my comments. So thank you for sharing that. That's really important. And then the other thing is, I just want to thank you for making a very practical recommendation. All right, and I'm not sure how we do it, but I'm going to definitely have some conversations on how we can do it, because even though I know if a question came up, Mr. Ballone is still here, he could answer them probably better than anyone else in the room. But the fact is that it should be timely with the presentation, and I think that's really important from a public perspective. So I think we can explore how we can do that, and we'll call it the Robin Bornstein modification, change, or rule. But I think it's a really great recommendation, so thank you for doing that. And then I will just defer to Mr. Caravello if he can answer the question. If not, he may have to get back to you on that.
I will get back to you.
And then I think, Ms. Gandhi, you had a comment?
Well, you kind of said what I was going to say. I think that's a really good observation and suggestion, honestly, because I think that things, especially when it relates to the school scores and stuff, right, I think it's important to get some feedback from the community. So I think that if we could do that, if there's going to be a presentation, and maybe have public comments, maybe just add an additional public comments after that fact, the presentation, I think it doesn't hurt. I'm sure, we're not going to have 20,000 people come up, but I think we should give them an opportunity if they have any questions. So I think that's a really good suggestion. Thank you.
Ms. Carrero.
So I was thinking about the same thing tonight, because I'm like, Would we actually be able to do like a Menti poll, like while a presentation is going on, so like you can collect it, like the questions and answer, like maybe, yeah, like the most common ones, like things like that, these are the things that go through my mind as well. So just something.
I love
That's
I
actually-
love creative ideas. These are out of the box thinking. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, we could actually use like Poll Anywhere or something like that, where when this is going on, they can actually type in the questions, the audience, and then it will come to Mr. Balone, and he could read through it and just be like, so we don't have to even have public comments, but the questions could come in. I think we should definitely consider doing something like that. Great idea, Jenna.
You could also revisit the concept of coffee chats. This would have been a great topic for coffee chats. Ms. Barnstein always participated in coffee chats when they were held in the district building. We had a special ed one, we had a HIB one, we had many topics that community members, we could have even used one for the referendum, where it was more of an open conversation space. Morgan could have given the presentation right there in the room, and it would have allowed for open dialogue and open discussion. So maybe next year, the communications committee can revisit coffee chats, because that was the best way I felt to reach community members and have administration in an open arena to answer questions instantaneously.
And I just wanted to respond back to that. I really like that idea, but I think it would also be time saving if we could do it here, get questions, and do like the follow-up with the community for more like feedback and maybe more proactive, because I like that. But like rather than
Agreed.
doubling on the
Yeah, this was more
presentations.
specific to one topic. So instead of having to sit through an entire board meeting and the presentation and another public comments, it's probably more time consuming to have a 2-hour coffee chat and have people be able to get their questions answered directly in a less formal setting.
But I
Thank
think
you.
even doing the question stuff, which is, again, I think it's a free service. I use it all the time too, but I have to remember which,
I'm
that we
gonna
could do like a QR code, and they can scan it, and they can ask the questions as the presentation's going on, and then
Yeah, the cell
they
service
can
in here
respond.
is just so problematic.
I'm
so-
gonna leave this to Mr. Balone and Ms. Gross to sort of come back with some suggestions and recommendations for us on this. So that would be great.
And just one thing to your point, because my kids went here and I was always here. I love that idea, Jenna. I think that's great if they scan the QR code, because we do that at work too. And then you can ask like during the meeting and then somebody pulls it up. The only thing is just with that option, also giving just a regular option for people who are not so tech savvy. However you all do it in the future, because you do have people, right? Yeah, I think like however you could do both options, because the cell service here is like spotty. I just think, Mr. Balone, it's like.
Yeah, we could do like little question cards too. Like if we
Right.
just put out little notes, and then after the presentation, it can be collected, and just, we
Okay.
could do that, so.
We will, Mr. Balone will definitely get back to us on this. Thank you. Any other discussions? Any other public comments? Motion to close public comments. Ms. Mendez, seconded. Mr. Lolansky, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. We are now going into executive session where we will be discussing matters of attorney-client privilege, collective bargaining agreement discussion, and safety and security matters. The board does not anticipate coming back out to sort of take any official action. We expect the session could take up to 60 minutes. Motion to adjourn into executive session. Ms. Carrera, seconded. Mr. Hyatt, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night.